before, but it was specifically for Game Boy Advance games, and they included guides for like 4 different games. The ones I had included like Mario Kart Super Circuit, Golden Sun, Breath of Fire,
of course,
Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, inexplicably, like the Game Boy Advance one, and then there's one more that was like a very formative game, and I don't remember. Oh, and Wario Land 4, which we were literally just talking about before we started this podcast. There were some other games in there too, but Advance Wars was in there too. I didn't read that one as much because I haven't played Advance Wars, but.
Well, nobody gets to play the new one for an infinite amount of time, as far as you know. Also joining us live from the studio in sunny Los Angeles, California, Jeffrey Vega.
Hello. I'm so excited to be here, be back in the studio, and I got every single player's guide for every Pokemon game because I love that. Every single player's guide had the entire Pokedex, so that's how I would kind of build my team for the Elite Four, and I would read that more than any textbook in school.
Yeah, because school sucks. We can all agree on that.
NVC hates school.
We hate school. Kids drop out.
Oh my God.
I'm just kidding. School isn't mostly. But Jeffrey, what if I told you I'm looking right now at the official Pokemon Gold and Silver Adventure Guide from... Oh, that might actually be... hold on.
Oh, wow. For the readers at home, Seth has jumped up on his desk to find a... player's guide on the shelf.
Oh, there you go.
I had that.
That's beautiful.
Jeffrey, I got news for you. I have no attachment to Pokemon Gold and Silver, so if you want this guide, I'll just put it in the mail for you.
You have no attachment to two of the best RPGs of all time? All right.
I was like, what year did these come out? I was probably like 37. So, no.
What?
Hey, Pokemon is timeless. And also, you should give that guy to Reb or Jeffrey, and they can fight over it, and one of them will give a good home.
I'm going to just do a King Solomon right now. I'm going to tear it in half.
No.
You all...
Don't even joke.
Well, it's gold and silver. Is there like a silver half and a gold half? That's not how it works.
Well, that's the biblical references portion of our show. But Jeffrey, we all hate you because you went to Super Nintendo World. We don't really.
I did. No, it's okay.
I hate you, Jeffrey.
We hate you a little.
Sorry.
And this is breaking news. We're house divided here. I went to Super Nintendo World at the Universal Studios Hollywood, and my oh my, it was a blast. And I want you guys to come with me.
Yes.
there's a picture of Ben in there. I love it. It was really cool. And the park itself isn't like huge news because it already exists in Japan, and the one in LA is a bit smaller. It only will have the one ride, which is Mario Kart Bowser's Challenge. But it was truly a dream. I mean, I was at a Nintendo theme park, which I've never been in my entire life, which is
There's Ben again.
Surreal. We need I want to hold on that picture of Ben and just stay there the whole time. It is so cool, and it's very there he is. There's Ben. Well, even for the rest of the show, we'll have that up. It was very cool. It's very small. I think that's everyone will say that just because it's in a tiny little corner. Yeah, it's just kind of built on
like the warehouse level in Tony Hawk.
Yeah,
There's
it's very
only one ride, really?
Yeah, in Japan they have the Yoshi kind of slow dark ride, and then I know they're planning Donkey Kong, but right now Universal said that they're just planning on Mario Kart Bowser's Challenge, which is up and running. I did the ride, and it was okay. I really enjoyed it, but I thought it was a little chaotic because for people who don't know the ride, it's an AR experience. You're in a Mario Kart and you are wearing a Mario hat headset with AR capabilities. So you are in this. You're going through this dark ride, and you're seeing all these real life set pieces in the ride. Like I'm seeing giant piranha plants. I'm seeing like very big castle. You're going through a really cool ride, but you have this giant visor in front of you that's showing all the other Mario Kart characters. You're actually racing Bowser and all of his children, Roy, Ludwig, the whole bunch.
Of course.
And you're the whole goal of the ride is to kind of shoot with your steering wheel, and you just have shells, which thankfully in Mario Kart you have 1 or 3 shells. In this game I got like 27 to start, and you get very, very random number, but you kind of go through the item shop. So you're aiming with your neck, your head. You're using, and you're hitting it with where you're looking. And so I was very disoriented in the ride. And I love theme park rides, and I do them a lot. So I was pretty surprised at how kind of conflicted I was on the ride, because I was like, I want to do it again and see all the things I didn't see. And there's like a high score thing. It's very, very gamified. I mean, kids are going to lose their minds at this because you're just in Mario Kart in real life. But I will say my favorite thing about the park was hands down the food. Oh my God.
Really?
It was, and again, look, theme park food, I get it.
Not great.
Sometimes,
No.
yeah, it's like it's a low bar. Oh yes, this picture that we're showing on screen right now is this is the most expensive. It's not even on the menu yet because it's only in early access. It's the chef's.
My God.
Early access
Did you-
Early
food?
access
I was
food?
gonna say, did you use your American Express black card to order off the menu there?
Yeah,
Steve
I had
Jobs?
to. I had to pre-order this meal on the eShop before I went to the park. But this is a short rib on top of a mashed potato with like kind of a drizzle. Those are sour cream patches, and it was heavenly. It's not currently on the menu yet, but they were still kind of perfecting it. And there's like a little cookie with Chef Toad kind of printed on it, and it was so good. I mean, it's beef. This is so everything here is kind of like the main thing. So in the front here you have the toadstool garlic cheesy nuts. You have 2 main burger items. There's the Mario burger and the Luigi burger. The Mario burger is beef, kind of traditional with mushrooms, barf. We'll get to that later. And then Luigi is a chicken burger. So it's just chicken with a giant green bell pepper.
It's because
very
he's
kind
a
of fun.
chicken. He's a coward.
She figured that out. Reb cracked the code.
I did it.
Yep.
Yeah, Luigi did request a chicken breast for his personality, and there's a little pesto sauce. And then the desserts in the back. I've actually kind of ranked them all. If you guys will have me.
Yes, please.
Yes. Oh my gosh,
because
please.
Yeah, because I know, theme parks are a luxury, and I want to make sure that you get the best thing at Super Nintendo World.
That's
so
super advocacy, so I appreciate it.
Of course. So I categorize everything into 3 sections. So there's the starters and salads, there's the main course menu, and there's desserts, which there's like 3 meals per category. So not a lot to choose from, but that's good for us. I'm going to start here with the, this is perfect timing here, the Toadstool Cheesy Garlic Knots. I'm going to start with worst to best. Guys,
Oh, no.
Unfortunately,
No.
this
Oh, no.
was bad.
How do you get garlic and cheese and bread wrong? There's nothing wrong with any of those 3 things.
I first want to thank Universal Studios for having us and having the chef specifically bring these out stylized so we could film it. That's why I was even more shocked at how bad they were, because they were very stale. They were like, I bit into it and it's like you're like pulling your head back to rip it open. And I'm like, what? This is meaningless carbs. But they're shaped like Toad's head, and I feel like, it's worth being on the list.
Are they? I mean, they're round, and Toad's head is round, so I guess that's
Bingo.
true.
I
But
did not see this.
like in that sense, a basketball is shaped like Toad's head. So I don't know.
It's kind of hard to see, but in the image, the garlic knots do have kind of a base, so they are kind of like, I would say maybe they're probably closer to the Mario mushroom like power up versus Toad's head. And then my next number, so there's 4 total, so that's number 4. Number 3 on my list is the piranha plant caprese salad, which it's very cool. It's shaped like a piranha plant. It's giant, two giant tomatoes. But it's very minimal. It's just a tiny little salad side as a main meal. Don't really recommend.
Oh, there you
That's
go.
actually-
I love the presentation.
Yeah, that's very cute.
Presentation,
Yeah.
the plating, is actually
It's
amazing.
very cute, but it tastes exactly how that looks. Just pretty, in the words of Ron Swanson in Parks and Rec, I'm not a rabbit. This is a very
Yeah, but look, you got the fresh mutts right there.
Yeah, I would eat
fresh-
the mozzarella and tomato with a little strip of what looks like basil, and then I would walk away.
I'm saying those radishes are clearly sliced on a mandolin. So, oh my gosh, I guess we have different perspectives when it comes to vegetables.
That's fair. That's fair. Maybe I was secretly spooked from the piranha plant. I didn't want to get
Be scary.
I mean, they do just jump right out of the pipes at you. So.
And then I would say the next is the Superstar Chicken Salad. Very fun, very kind of basic, just a regular salad. Has some Superstar croutons. Very kind of like, this is like kind of like, what your grandma's going to get. When you go to Super Nintendo World with your grandma.
Yep.
Very,
Yes.
normal. And then I would say the best starter salad. There it is. Very fun.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah.
Those croutons.
It's really good. Little star croutons. I did ask the chef if when you eat the star, do you turn invincible? And she said no.
Oh.
But it's healthy.
If you eat
and
your
then I would say-
vegetables, you'll become invincible. Kids,
That is
Yeah.
true.
Go to
Drop
school
out
and
of
eat your
school
vegetables, kids.
And eat your vegetables.
We do not
All-
go to
all
school on
good.
this podcast.
Vitamins.
And then I would say number one, starter salad. If you have to get any of them, get Yoshi's favorite fruit and veggie salad. Look at this salad.
I'm into that.
I'm very excited
Yeah,
about these greens.
And don't worry, this is vegetarian. Those Yoshi eggs are croutons.
All right.
Yeah,
Okay, so it's
they're
vegetarian,
very
but it's
good.
not.
It's like some
gluten
food
safe.
coloring on those croutons or something like that.
Yoshi
It's really good.
understands food.
Yeah.
In Yoshi's story, you're filling the whole screen with fruits everywhere, and all those fruits are in the salad. We got blueberries, we got strawberries, we got pineapple. It's great. It was very refreshing, very good. Salads are great, it's very good. Okay, so I'm gonna move on to our main menu. We have 3 options in the main menu. So here are my top 3 foods that you can get at Super Nintendo World Toadstool Cafe. Number 3, starting with Fire Flower spaghetti and meatballs.
Ooh.
Yeah, this is a spaghetti with mushroom marinara sauce, meatballs, fire flour, Parmesan crisp, shaved Parmesan, and chopped parsley. The chef did warn that it would be very spicy, and it was not spicy at all.
Oh.
I would say that's fine. It does have a tiny bit of a kick, but I think it's very accessible for people who maybe don't like spice.
You need to power that up, Nintendo.
Seriously.
Yeah.
We need to be shooting fireballs by the end of this.
Those meatballs
Yeah.
are shaped like Toad's head.
Oh, are they?
Oh, hell yeah.
That's more than fair. Yeah, I did. I also, when I took a bite of the meatball, my clothes inverted in color, which I thought was
Oh, that's very cool.
It was pretty cool. It kind of ruined the continuity of the video we were shooting there, but I'd say it's worth it. Number 2 on my list is the Mario Burger. That's bacon, mushroom, and cheese, beef patty, American cheese, kind of your classic brioche bun. The fun thing about this burger is that they print a Mario mustache on top of it.
Yeah.
And for all you fans out there of taking the perfect selfie, when you bite into the burger, it looks like you have a Mario mustache.
So fun.
Oh, that's cute. I like the little hat. It's wearing a little hat.
Is the hat edible?
The hat is not edible. It is a toy, so kids, stay in
I don't
school,
think you
eat
tried hard
salad, and
enough.
don't swallow tiny toys by accident.
Oh, my other question is, does it cry out in pain when you bite into it?
I was worried that this burger was secretly like a Cappy character, and I didn't want it. Yeah.
Right.
But yes, the Mario hat is on a stick that kind of keeps the burger together, and you can take it home. It's a fun little thing. The number 1 best meal at Toadstool Cafe is the Luigi Burger. That's right.
Really?
My man Luigi is in the spotlight. It is not a burger with beef, though. It's a pesto grilled chicken.
Oh.
Yeah. It's very good. Can't recommend this enough if you go. It's a giant green bell pepper, which, I mean, come on. Bell peppers are great. The pesto sauce. Also the French fries. Very good. It's hard to mess up French fries. Happy to report that the French fries at Toadstool Cafe.
You can mess
You
up
can
French fries.
absolutely mess up French fries.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
And they don't
okay.
look good, but I guess I'm glad that they're good. Yeah.
I am too, because
Yeah.
a bad French fry really just throws off my whole vibe.
Yeah, it's true.
My day is
Oh wow,
ruined.
this feels like maybe we need to do another episode on just French fries. But
School
yeah.
cafeteria French fries.
Food
Worst in the
criticism
world.
at
Again,
IGN. It
school
should happen.
sucks.
This is why Seth
And then
is anti-school.
and just to kind of all those meals were like $17, just to kind of for context of like how much a park food is kind of expensive. And then I would say also we don't the honorable mention on the main menu, which is not available until the park opens, is the Chef Toad special short rib. If you get anything, get that. But if not, the burger, Luigi, highly recommend. And finally on the menu, we have the desserts, which, boy, oh boy, it's so good that I have to put on my Yoshi headband here.
Oh my god!
Damn.
Official Yoshi head.
Sort of Universal Studios' answer to Mickey ears. And
I think it's
you
better.
can-
There.
Yeah.
Do you have a
I
lot
agree.
of choices, or is it just Yoshi?
Yeah, you actually can get Mario, Luigi, Yoshi, and Toad, and they are very comfortable. And I think they're like $15 or $20, and it's just Yoshi on your head, which is so great.
I'm kind of surprised they didn't do just like a mushroom cap, like Toad, like put a Toad head on. But then I guess that would be inadvertently weighing in on the debate as to whether Toad's mushroom is a head or a hat.
That's
Is this
true.
a
'cause
debate?
they
Is
did
this discourse?
It has been discourse, yeah.
It's absolutely a head.
I think it might be settled at this point, but
Okay.
for a while it was in contention.
Yeah, they also have in addition to these, they also have mushrooms, like red and green ones that they look like Mickey ears, but they are two mushrooms.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, highly
Sure,
recommend.
that'll
The
be-
merch is great. So here are my favorite desserts. I'm going to start with my least favorite one, although they're all very good. I just want to rank them here. Princess Peach cupcake. All these desserts are $10, and my God, this cupcake was
Beautiful.
It was beautiful.
Pink.
However, that frosting will send anyone into a coma. It is very, very sweet. Princess Peach has outdone herself as per usual. Inside the cupcake is a funfetti kind of cake base, and then the frosting, again, should not be consumed more than 1 or 2 bites. It's very sweet.
I think we can all agree she's our princess queen.
Oh,
Oh,
true.
100%. Queen Peach. Number 2 was the meat. It's meat for dessert.
Meat pie.
I mean, that would fit with the rest of the menu.
It's true. Yeah.
Is the Mount Beanpole cake, which is a very funny name. It's just a Italian cookie cake with mousse, and it had chocolate, vanilla, and strawberry in between to make it look like the kind of green world
oh, okay.
of Mario.
I see.
I was struggling to
was
envision this,
so-
and now I see. Okay.
I'm actually
Yeah,
really into
it has-
this dessert. This looks great.
Yeah, it looks like it looks almost like if you're listening, if you can imagine like what a tiramisu cake looks like, but the top is green, because it's got the
What
little
are-
flag and the guy.
the guy.
What are
thing.
what are the layers there, Jeffrey?
So it's so you got the green frosting on top for the grass, and then inside it's white, pink, and brown for vanilla, strawberry, and chocolate, and it was heavenly. It was so good. Little star cookie, or sorry, not a cookie, a little white chocolate kind of garnish, and then a little Mario flag that you jump at the end of the level that you can take home.
Cool. You get 5,000
and-
points.
And it's so delicious. And I'm looking at it, and I had that. I ate that. That picture, I ate it. I ate the photograph.
Went to the Walgreens, printed it out. Yeah.
And then the best dessert at
Oh my
Super
God, I'm so
Nintendo World
excited.
Toadstool Cafe is, very appropriately, the question block tiramisu.
Oh my God.
Yeah, the question block tiramisu. It's a tiramisu flavored mystery block with a white chocolate power up inside. And guys, get this. You're going to love it. What the little white chocolate of the item is random every time you order it.
Whoa.
Wow.
So
I
there,
love
so
it.
Because
in,
it's a
That's
question
adorable,
block.
yeah.
Okay.
yeah.
I
So
also,
in the in the picture we have a power up mushroom, but they mentioned that you could get a 1-up. There were so many different ones, and they gave us the kind of probably the default one, but
That's so
all
cool.
these sides of the question block are cookies, Seth. I don't know how to.
Oh my God.
You need to come to LA and eat this.
I know this. I have been begging and scheming and trying to get my way out there. I want to give you a shout out for ordering this rare because I can see the juices there.
Yeah, I was sort of I was a little worried because I tried to lift it up and punch it, and I do not recommend that. It makes a big mess. But it's very good. The cookies are soft. Yeah, the Super Nintendo World, the food was the best, which is so fun because food is so fun. Food is great. I highly recommend it. And park food can be kind of whatever. And Toadstool Cafe is 100% the best part of Super Nintendo World.
Ben approves.
Why?
There's a picture of Ben.
Why do we record NVC right before lunch? Explain.
Yeah.
I know.
I
Cruel.
Yeah.
already had lunch, and I'm so hungry.
So this is where I admit that I'm a vegetarian. I'm sorry. And I look at that menu. I'm like, well, it looks delicious, but maybe I'll only have dessert.
It is kind of shocking they don't have just a mushroom burger
a mushroom
on
burger.
there. Like, I assumed at least one of the burgers would be a mushroom burger. That's like kind of that's keeping with the theme. But yeah.
Did it have cocktails? Because the Star Wars Cantina had some very overpriced but killer cocktails.
So,
not because
unfortunately, they don't have alcohol, but they had one specialty drink in there, and it was a kind of a lemon soda, very Princess Peach themed,
cute.
and it was had like little like. It wasn't boba. It was just kind of like the more kind of like easier like bursts of liquid, and
I see.
It was delicious. And they have the souvenir cups where you can have a straw into a giant 1-up mushroom and refill that way. But yeah, no alcohol, weirdly enough. So
I could see them not wanting a bunch of drunk adults wandering around
Into
Super
the Mario
Nintendo
ride.
World. Yeah, I feel like that just sort of kills
Yelling,
the
get
Nintendo
wrecked
vibes.
with the blue shell.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I enjoy having several drinks with friends and screaming in Mario Kart for a while.
Even
but...
Chuck E. Cheese has a 2-drink maximum, so that is true. They serve beer. I only know this because I went to the Chuck E. Cheese in Maine, and somebody was complaining at 10:30 in the morning at their child's birthday party that they can only drink 2 beers. But yeah,
They have to have beer at Chuck E. Cheese, otherwise no adult would take their child there.
My takeaway is that they hired a really good pastry chef, and that's where they put most of the resources.
Yeah,
and
I think you're right.
Honestly, that's the right call, because when I think of Nintendo, I think of sweet things, or like Mario at least. So.
yeah,
that's right.
I mean, and when you're a little kid, you're like, I don't want to eat anything that's not dessert. This looks gross. Why is there black spots on this fry? Well, because it's peppered, Johnny.
Okay, that had me very worried there for you, Seth, for a moment.
They were seasoned fries. Children don't like
Totally
things
innocent.
that
is this going back to the you can't make a bad fry, or am I missing it?
No.
Fry discourse.
Yes. This is
Just imagining Seth
Nintendo
eating
fry
moldy
chat.
fries. I don't know. I don't know what the man does.
No, I will say this though. When I was a child and my mom would cook frozen fries in the oven, one of my favorite things to do was to beg her for one of them before they were cooked, and then just run out into the living room and eat a frozen
Frozen
French
fry?
Yes.
Ew.
My brother and I would just beg her, give us a frozen French fry.
That's fine. I used to eat Eggo waffles frozen out of the freezer, so that's
What?
fine.
That's
How would you not
fine,
break your
too.
teeth?
They're not that hard. Like they're chewy.
Okay. Freezer burn.
I'm imagining Reb just like taking a bite out of a waffle and your teeth turn into piano keys like a cartoon.
That is exactly what happened to me. Yes. Rest in
sorry
peace,
to
my
hear that.
teeth.
Well, Jeffrey, thank you for sharing your food rankings of the Super Nintendo World. I, for one, am very excited to go to Super Nintendo World eventually and not get to eat anything because I do have that gluten thing. So, but
Right.
I mean, I could just eat
The salad.
There were a lot of gluten-free and vegetarian options.
Oh, really?
Okay. I mean, like some of those things were gluten-free. I should have called out, like the piranha plant obviously was gluten-free, but actually that might be the only thing.
Order one of the salads, Seth,
Get a
and give
fruit
me all your
salad.
croutons. I'll eat the croutons.
Yeah, those salads look like really good. Like I would eat that for lunch normally. So I'm pretty excited. Basically, after this, I'm just flying to LA so I can have lunch.
Mm-hmm.
Like the jet-setting host of NVC that I am. But
I'll pick you up from LAX.
thank you. And then 5 hours later, we'll get to
Wow, Jeffrey, you're a good friend. Volunteering to pick somebody up from LAX intentionally.
Yeah.
most horrifying, one of the most horrifying
just,
airports in the world. Yeah.
Yeah.
As
I'll just
driving
I'll just loop around until Seth is here.
Yeah, I'll be right there in my shirt, in my KK Slider shirt.
KK Slater.
All right, thank you, Jeffrey, for talking us through food when we're all very, very hungry. But now this is something that the fans have been hungry for, and that was a segue because it is the triumphant return of the cat take. People have been demanding, where is our cat take? We want a cat take. Well, I got a treat for you folks. This is the kind of treat you wouldn't even get at Super Nintendo World. Cat, please take it away.
This is something I've been thinking about watching actually The Last of Us on HBO, but also talking about Super Nintendo World. So back in 2006, Nintendo introduced us to the concept of the blue ocean. And the idea was that traditional gamers represented a finite audience. So Nintendo needed to strike out into the proverbial open water with the Nintendo Wii. In 2023, the blue ocean could mean something much different. Between Super Nintendo World and the Super Mario Bros. Movie, Nintendo is doing more than ever to expand awareness of popular characters like Mario, and they're not alone either. The success of The Last of Us on HBO is putting PlayStation's characters in front of viewers who would never dream of playing video games. This is far from the first time games have been adapted into movies, televisions, or special events, but they've never been so well done or mainstream as they are now, with the result being that The Last of Us on HBO has driven a 230% rise in the game's sales in the UK. These projects have an air of prestige that have been missing from previous efforts. For better or worse, even the Mario movie has attracted attention thanks to its stable of high-profile stars, which is the only nice thing I will be saying about Chris Pratt's casting. Either way, video game adaptations seem to be having a moment, and Super Nintendo World is kind of a piece of that. With all the excitement over new technologies and business models, it feels like both Sony and Nintendo have realized the real blue ocean is to simply put beloved characters in different mediums, but developed with the same care and attention that made those characters so popular in the first place. And from what I can see, seems to be working.
Thank you, Kat. Now we take this to the discussion table. I think you might be onto something there. Do you think that the days of bad video game adaptations are behind us? Do you think there's too much at stake now?
I mean, even Sony went and made a pretty bad Uncharted movie that still did well.
Yeah.
And
you can make like if the answer is we're going to get more video game movies, if they make 100 video game movies, at least half of those are going to be bad.
I think the thing is putting beloved characters in different mediums works. Hollywood is really hungry for content. People are really hungry to engage with these characters that they know and love from video games. You have to do them well. And for so long, these characters were kind of treated badly, even Nintendo characters.
Yeah.
I mean, think back to the early 90s when Nintendo was like, sure, yeah, go make a movie.
Show.
And the result was a very bad Sorry, folks, the Super Mario Super Show was not good. Sorry, Captain Lou Albano.
What?
R.I.P.
I think it dovetails nicely into sort of the idea that when you hop on like earnings calls for all these big like streaming companies and video game companies, the thing that everybody is talking about is in games, you're not just competing with other games for your viewers' attention. You're competing with movies. You're competing with TV. You're competing with all the other things, all the other entertainment things that people do every single day. And like Netflix is saying that too. Netflix is saying we're not competing with like Hulu or Disney or whatever. We're competing with video games and Fortnite and other things that people go out and do. And so I think it's almost an answer to that. It's like, okay, well, if games are not just competing with games, then why don't we go out there and properly compete with all these other forms of entertainment? And that can mean things like movies, that can mean things like good TV, that can mean things like physical experiences like this Super Nintendo World. So yeah, it certainly feels like a relevant train of thought that is going on in a lot of executives' heads right now that might result in us seeing even more different kinds of experiences that are still tethered to video games.
Yeah. When this generation started, my first thought was, wow, Xbox is really onto something with subscription models and cloud-based gaming and everything. And I think that stuff can still work out really well in terms of kind of breaking down the barriers between consoles and getting a lot of people playing games and everything. I think they're onto something. But I think Sony and Nintendo have both wisely realized that they have these incredibly recognizable characters, and that has so much currency in this world where people are very character focused. I'm thinking in terms of the MCU and whatnot. And Sony has been like, well, we have Sony Pictures, we have a relationship with HBO. Let's go and try and make a prestige TV show, and it's worked, and it's driven so much attention and awareness to Sony's games. And Nintendo is saying, why don't we have an amusement park? We should go make an amusement park. And what's more, when they're making the Super Mario movie, it's not a throwaway. It looks genuinely good.
It does.
And it's had
surprisingly good.
It looks surprisingly good. I mean, I do think that real voice actors should probably be voicing these characters, but I don't think you can deny that if you just take a look at social media every time a new Super Mario Brothers movie trailer drops, it kind of dominates the conversation in a way that's shocking for an animated movie like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with pretty much everything that you said, Kat. So that's my
I also think that like movies, I feel like movies aren't good for video games in general, because like I think about The Last of Us, and I think about how that was famously announced to be a movie like a year after the game came out, and then cut to 2023, we have the pilot episode of The Last of Us, which is universally loved, absolutely incredible, and that was an hour and a half. That was a movie. I can't imagine fitting the whole story. I mean, we talk about the Uncharted movie. That movie has like 5 different plot points from 5 different games, all mashed up into one. Probably thinking that maybe they won't ever make another one. I'm sure they will, but like it's all PlayStation Productions doing that stuff. That it's like, oh, shows are the way to go. Like taking the time with the characters, and like obviously something with Mario, you don't need like a 10 episode prestige drama on Mushroom Kingdom. Although actually that sounds really good. Actually, now that I'm saying it out loud. But it's so fun. Like even seeing like that old footage of the Mario show, like, and then there's like the Mario movie with John Leguizamo as Luigi. And it's very really cool that we're like living in this time that we have a Mario movie coming out in like 3 months. Like what a treat. Like we'll have that forever. And how has that not happened sooner? Like it was the same thing with like, I was just so excited when that trailer came out with the Mario Kart level. It's like, I want to play Mario Kart. I want to jump back into 3D All-Stars. I'm gonna finally start Super Mario Sunshine on my Nintendo Switch. Like it's really fun. And if we don't see that Rainbow Road level from the movie in the booster pass, I will be going to Nintendo headquarters and asking politely.
For those watching or not watching, we're seeing some clips of the amazingly bad Super Mario Brothers movie from whenever. It's forgettable. I don't even care. It's awful. But Kat, you were going to say?
To be clear, I don't think this is a silver bullet, because last year Xbox made a Halo TV show and put a lot of money behind it, and it had a Super Bowl commercial, and it drove a lot of interest. It was also extremely bad and very forgettable, and the only thing that anybody came out of it remembering was that Master Chief had sex. That was what they remembered. Yeah. So you got to do it well, to be clear. Otherwise, people are just going to discard it, and it might actively hurt whatever you're trying to promote. But done really well, I think that it gets people to take video games seriously in a way that, frankly, people go like we're all kind of rolling our eyes at the discourse of, have video games finally grown up? But it does get people to take them seriously in a way that maybe they wouldn't have before. People are weird about video games. I don't really understand it, but
I do wonder sort of what the extension of that is, though. So we're talking a lot about TV and movies, but you also brought in the theme park into this. And I agree that is roped into the same conversation. And I also wonder, like, what else that could mean. Nintendo loves to talk about their DNA as not a video game maker, but a toy maker, fundamentally a company that is about making fun experiences that people will use to play. They like play. So what are the other extensions of that? I don't know. I don't have a good answer. I remember maybe last year, there was a nature park in Japan that hid a bunch of little Pokemon statuettes all over their park for like 2 months. And you could go on these nature walks and take photos of Pokemon in the wild. And it was a really cool concept. And it didn't take off outside of Japan. I mean, it was just like a little local thing. But I wonder what other kinds of experiences Nintendo might be. They make weird things. They make things like Labo. They make things... Labo? I've never had to say that out loud.
Labo?
I've never had to say it out loud before. They make all these other kinds of experiences. The Mario Kart thing that you could drive around your living room. Ring Fit. And those are all still
the home circuit.
Those are all still video game adjacent. But then, okay, so what is sort of the natural follow through of Nintendo as a toy maker trying to branch out into other forms of entertainment and experience with its beloved characters? And I'm curious to see that.
Yeah, I think the future is going to be pretty awesome now that people are seeing that you can get results by caring a little bit about the source material and treating it with respect. And I, for one, look forward to the Last of Us theme park. That's going to be a real treat.
Yeah, right. And I think you really hit on something with the Pokemon comparison, because I've said that Pokemon is less a video game these days than a lifestyle brand.
Yes.
And when you're interacting with Pokemon, you're going to the stores, you don't really see the games anywhere. You see a lot of merch, you see a lot of good food, and you feel like these characters are almost real in so many ways. They're permeating your world. And Nintendo has done such a great job of making its characters feel accessible and for everyone that I could absolutely see that working with Mario or Zelda or it's Splatoon even. I don't know. Laser tag is just make a paintball rage, but it's Splatoon.
I would love that. But you know why that happened? I mean, Pokemon has been a lifestyle brand since the anime basically came out, but it was kind of flagging a little bit, and then Pokemon Go happened. And again, Pokemon Go is a video game, but it was a completely new kind of experience. Like they had Ingress, but Ingress was a very small community. Nobody had played anything like Pokemon Go before, for the most part. And it was an experience that took people out in the world doing things with other people, with their communities. And now people organize Pokemon Go Day events where everyone gets together and they eat snacks and they hike and they do all these things together. But it's all tied back to this franchise with these characters and these Pokemon. And so, it's like infinite fertile ground to be dug up here.
Yeah, I think the upshot is that game companies have been trying to think for almost 20 years now, how do we break out beyond the core gaming audience? And everybody's asking this question, down to the fact that Netflix is trying to come up with new control schemes because people are so weirdly allergic to controllers. And this is like, I think, one piece of the puzzle, coming up with amusement parks, prestige TV and everything, having people interact with these characters in new ways that make them consider video games not as this thing that's over here, but as the incredibly vast entertainment landscape that it actually is.
Yeah. It's very cool. I am looking forward to what the future holds, but we've talked about games turning into movies. Now we're going to talk about a movie that turned into a game. Nintendo announced yesterday that GoldenEye is coming to
That's a
Nintendo
great
Switch
segue.
online
That
tomorrow.
was good, Seth. Well done.
Thank you. Man, I was really struggling on that one. I had to take some notes so I didn't forget it.
Did that movie start the trend of Sean Bean dying?
I don't know.
Maybe. I have to look into this. We have to do a deep dive research and report on this. Yeah.
On the GoldenEye for N64, of course. So, yes, it's coming out. It should be out by the time you're hearing this or soon after. This game meant a lot to a lot of people. However, some people have never played it, like Reb, and we're not going to hold that against her. Not today on her birthday, of all things.
No.
Yeah, it's coming. It's got online multiplayer, so you can relive all the fun without having to leave your house or invite your friends over. It's going to be a lot better to play online multiplayer on a modern 65-inch screen than it was to be in like somebody's dorm room on a 19-inch screen. But it's very exciting. And I wanted real quick, we took a poll on the NVC Twitter to ask about something that, and the results of this really surprised me, if I'm being honest. Screen peeking, everyone has their opinion on screen peeking, and they all say that it's cheating and it's awful. And I've seen countless stories of inventive ways where people would prevent one another from screen peeking, whether it's some concoction where they take cardboard boxes and slice them up and make the TV into 4 quadrants. But here are the results of the poll. Of course, the choices were screen peeking is criminal, no biggie, or all's fair in GoldenEye. Overwhelmingly, 66.2% said all's fair in GoldenEye. 8.9% said no biggie, and 24.8% said that it is a criminal act, which I find very surprising because I thought people were more against screen peeking. However, I also feel empowered to admit, like, yeah, of course I screen peek. That's part of the game. There's nothing stopping somebody who's playing against you to do the same. So as far as I'm concerned, it's a viable strategy.
It's a legitimate strategy.
It's a legitimate strategy. Kat, what do you feel about GoldenEye? How do you feel about screen peeking? I'm curious to know.
Yeah, all's fair in Love and GoldenEye. I'm going to totally scream peek because you're probably setting up proximity mines. You're going to kill me and I'm going to be very sad. But I have a lot of love for GoldenEye. I played it when it first came out back in 1997. I was in middle school, so it was kind of the absolute perfect time to get invested into the series. I had never watched a James Bond movie. Not really. So that was the first time that I actually cared about James Bond. Got me to watch GoldenEye. I like the game better than the movie, if I'm being totally honest.
I think everybody would agree with that.
We tend to think of GoldenEye in a certain way these days. We think of it as a little bit dated, I think. But at the time, it was really mind-blowing because first-person shooters on consoles, outside of some pretty bad ports of Doom and Wolfenstein, just really weren't much of a thing. And we were all still trying to kind of penetrate that and figure out what would a first-person shooter look like taken away from the mouse and keyboard setup. And GoldenEye was the beginning of that. And we quickly realized, wow, like 4-player first-person shooter in facility with so many different gadgets and silly characters and options. There were so many options in this game.
Yeah.
Made it a phenomenal party game, even though we were playing it at like 5 FPS and everything. You were still cackling when you got them with the remote bombs. You were still cackling when you caught them in the pyramid and shot them from above when they were running along in the little window and everything.
So satisfying.
The level design, like at the top end, GoldenEye had some excellent levels. Facility is one that definitely comes to mind. And the single player campaign, like I think a lot of people have forgotten about it, but I think it's extremely well done. A lot of great challenges, very faithful to the movie, and killer soundtrack too. Sadly, it sounds like the Nintendo Switch version, certain sound effects are missing, like people were observing that and that kind of thing. So it's not a perfect port, it's not a perfect adaptation, but I think we've been waiting for a long time to kind of be able to go back to this very early day of console FPS.
Yeah, I am looking forward to it. Jeffrey, do you have any history with GoldenEye on the Nintendo 64?
So I kind of started sweating when you guys were like, let's not make fun of Rev for never playing it. Ha, ha,
Oh,
ha,
no!
ha. But I have a big sort of but here is that I have a great memory and history of playing GoldenEye 007 for Nintendo Wii, the 2010 video game. So that game came out when I was in college, and it has Daniel Craig's likeness in the game, but it is like a remake. It's a remake of that 1997 N64 game. So I only played that, and I loved it. Yeah, it was only on the Wii. And it had, Daniel Craig's like voice and likeness and everything. And it was, it was first person. It had the multiplayer. It had it online, which for at the Wii, I feel like was such a big thing, like all regularly playing it, like, was that like 4 years after it came out? And it was so fun. I was like blown away, and I never got a chance to play the N64 version. So I'm excited to kind of, obviously, it's widely loved, and I'm, probably going to always prefer the Nintendo Wii version from 2010 because that's just what I grew up with. But it was very good. It had there was club scenes, the music was good, like the voice acting. It just felt like I was actually playing a movie, and it was it was great. I have great memories of playing that multiplayer in college with my roommate, and I would never screen peek. I'm shocked at the results of the poll. I know your eyes will wander. You might look for a second. There might be a quick double take using only your pupils, but I try not to, and I don't know why. I feel guilty doing it. I feel
don't embrace it.
It's just like okay, I know where you are, but then I see it by accident, and then I tell myself, I didn't see it. I'm not going there. I'm going to go this way because I didn't know they were there. And
you would make a terrible James Bond.
What I'm learning is that who on the NVC podcast has an ethical code, and Jeffrey is a moral and upstanding podcast host. I applaud you, Jeffrey.
I screen peeked in the multiplayer in Donkey Kong 64. I have no regrets.
Oh my, Reb, with the peanut gun?
With the peanut gun that can fire its spurts. If he shoots you, it's gonna hurt.
The ultimate betrayal.
Wait, that was the coconut gun. Crap. Sorry. I'm sorry, everybody. I'm sorry, Nintendos. I got it wrong.
somebody in the comments right now. I thought Reb was a professional, and she said the wrong kind of fruit gun.
I want every comment to be like, I thought Reb was a professional. Just that's the only comment.
Now they're
throughout.
going to do that because you said that.
Happy birthday, by the way.
Yeah, happy birthday.
Go back to doing the nice comment thing that everyone's been doing for a few weeks. I like that better.
Nice comment.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I know there's a game that I have on my eShop wish list that the whole point of the game is to screen peek. I'm like blanking on the game's name. It's probably called Screen Peek. But everyone is invisible in the game, and you have to fight people, but only by screen peeking.
That sounds so cool.
Yeah,
right up my
it's
alley.
like it's like a $5-10 eShop game, and I've been meaning to play it, but I don't have any friends. Anyway, yeah, so I think it's only co-op or local co-op. But yeah, I don't know. I feel, man, now I'm thinking like, what if we had played like, all right, we're gonna screen peek, like we had set the parameters. Maybe that's a fun way. Maybe I can live
Like
with
an
myself
Uno
doing
house
that.
rule.
Yeah, we just never.
Yeah.
Yeah, we never like. It was unspoken. Like we all knew. Everybody was doing it. It's it's like you really have no choice. If your competition is doing something to give them an edge and you're not, you're gonna lose. Even if that might be a little bit morally questionable. But I sort of would go through the same process as you would, where I would see and I'd be like, no, I can't look. But then on this side, this little guy, this little red suited gentleman with a forked tail would appear and be like, it's okay. If you screen peek, you'll get the kill. I was like, you're right, Satan.
Evil
Thank
Seth.
you.
Evil Seth.
Yeah, it was Evil
Is
Seth.
Evil Seth a character on NVC now?
Evil Seth, Photoshop,
Ready
challenge.
Wouldn't
Maybe
it
the
be
Lucifer figure?
Waseth?
What's that?
Would your evil be called Waseth? Maybe.
Yes, exactly.
An upside down S.
I'm enjoying the Seth extended universe of Waseth, Seth, and what was it last week? Steth.
Saw Peach.
Steph.
Just keep making more Seths.
Reb, for your birthday, do you have any plans to maybe play GoldenEye for the first time?
No, I have no plans to do such a thing. Thank you.
Oh no, Reb.
Next question.
We gotta play. At least once. I need to run around as Odd Job and be like, boop, boop, boop.
Oh my god, we discovered that on accident. My friend he picked Jaws, the tallest, biggest character, and I picked Odd Job, and like he was getting so furious, and we didn't
Jaws
know
is such
that
a
was
big
a thing.
target.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you just run up, and you cannot kill Odd Job because when you're Jaws, because he's so little. It's just impossible. You can't look down enough. And so I would just run up to him and just cha-cha-cha-cha-cha, and just, man, I think he's still mad at me.
The cool thing about GoldenEye is that it had a secret level, the Moonraker level,
God,
and it
that's
had
right.
lasers. And I didn't know anything about James Bond, so I'm like, Moonraker, that sounds rad. And then I actually watched it, and I was like, this is really bad, actually. The space shuttle scene goes on forever, but it is kind of funny watching Roger Moore flying around the space space shuttle, which was brand new in the 1970s with lasers shooting things down. Jeffrey raised an interesting point about the lineage of GoldenEye. After GoldenEye came out on the N64, there were so many attempts to capture the magic that you could never get back of GoldenEye in the N64, and the 2010 version was definitely one such experience. And it was interesting watching footage from what I assume was that game, because it looked more like a modern shooter. It was more Call of Duty-ish. There were like takedowns. Like GoldenEye was like had that connection to the earliest days of deathmatch, but greatly expanded, and it just has a vibe and a flavor that is, I think now people are just now starting to appreciate on its own terms.
Yeah.
The thing is, so my understanding is that the Xbox version and the Switch version are very different. So
That is correct.
the Xbox version, I think, is more enhanced, and the Switch version is the one that has local multiplayer.
Right.
Yeah. It's too bad that they couldn't have one-to-one like features that I have to choose between my children.
Well, now it's like, do I want to play GoldenEye in 4K? I mean, who doesn't want to see all 8 polygons of each character?
Yeah.
With their face just texture mapped on there in the weirdest possible way. Yeah. I'm going to be playing it on Switch. I would feel weird not playing it on Switch. And plus I have the N64 controller, which is a
You need the jank.
must-have. You need, exactly. Yes. Thank you. You need the jank. I have a copy of it somewhere for my N64. I think I might have like loaned it to my neighbor, but like, yeah, I did try to play it at PAX East in the console room a few years ago with my kids, and they didn't like it at all. And I was
Aw.
like, ooh,
It's definitely a
this
nostalgia thing.
it does not. I mean, we've come so far in terms of console first-person shooters. That, like you said, Kat, like that wasn't really a thing that existed, and when it did exist, it wasn't very good. In fact, we didn't even have the term first-person shooter back then. They were Doom clones.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, even a couple years later, Rare made Perfect Dark, which is in so many ways similar to GoldenEye, a vastly expanded GoldenEye, but it didn't land quite as hard despite
No.
being a very good game, admittedly. And then Halo came out, and that really did change everything, and we were really off and
man.
running.
me
But
and my neighbor Chris playing some Blood Gulch for 5 hours. Yeah.
what I'm asking is that NVC
Mm-hmm.
stream a GoldenEye tournament.
Okay.
Whoa.
I
And
like
we
this
need
a
to have
lot.
like some kind of bet or a prize or something.
I bet that I
Okay.
lose.
I
Reb,
bet that Cat
this game
wins.
is random enough that you might do better than you think. Especially if
also
we turn
true.
on the man with the golden gun and do the one shot thing.
Yeah.
I don't know what any
Okay,
of this
I
just
like
Just hide in the bathroom.
I
wait
don't know
for
where
people to
I
show
am because you told me to hide there.
I love this idea, and I think we should hash out the details, and we should absolutely like stream this. And I think, yeah, this will be.
And Red
awesome.
can be odd job.
And Reb can be odd job. We will lift the rules. The odd job is a playable character.
I'm making myself sound like I'm really good at this game. I was always the absolute worst among my friends.
I always
GoldenEye.
thought I was really good, but then I met a guy who was like, he's like, oh yeah, when I was in college, I won like all the GoldenEye tournaments, and I was like, okay, okay, college boy. Ooh. But no, it turned out he was like unbelievably good at playing GoldenEye to the point where I just didn't want to play with him anymore. It just sucked. He just killed me constantly. So, well, that should be out now if you have the Nintendo Switch Online expansion pass, and everyone will be playing it, and we'll be having fun. And then we're gonna stream it. I love that idea. We're gonna have to set that up. We're gonna stream it, the four of us, noobs. All right, we'll figure out which team has like noobs and which team has the people who.
I mean, I haven't played this game in 20 years, so I'm basically a noob.
Yeah, exactly. But I think it'll come back to you once. Like I'll be like, oh yeah, the P90. That was like the really good gun that you wanted to get. So
I love the silencer. Very good, yes.
oh my, I can still hear. Choo, choo. Oh, so good. Okay,
You hear a silencer.
because
It's not silent, Reb.
It's
Just a funny sentence.
it is kind of funny.
It's just a funny sentence.
Actually, all right. It's time to move on to the Miiverse. We have everyone's just joining us in Me Plaza. This is where we just kind of talk about what we want to talk about. Reb, you had an ugly cry.
I had a
Oh, video.
really big ugly
Whoa,
cry a
really?
couple days
Let's hear
ago.
this.
Wow. Tell me about this. I want to hear more.
I played a game called A Space for the Unbound. That I actually played it. I have a column on IGN.com where I write about indie games. And I was playing it for that column. And sort of the premise of the column is that I usually only play a couple hours because there's a lot of games. And then I do a little interview. And I played the first couple hours and I could not put this thing down. A Space for the Unbound is a slice of life adventure game. If you liked either the anime movies Your Name or Weathering with You, this is extremely your jam. It is about a young man named Atma who is about ready to graduate high school, kind of on the cusp of like future planning and figuring out who he wants to be. And his girlfriend Raya is in the same boat with him. And both of them start to come down with a case of magical powers. Raya can do
As one
some
does.
like physical like matter manipulation kind of thing. It's never like fully explained exactly the rules of her power. But Atma has this ability called space dive, where he can dive into people's subconscious and like help them sort of work through their problems and their issues. And I don't want to say too much more than that because that's how this game starts, but that is not what this game is about. The thing that hooked me so completely on A Space for the Unbound, aside from its gorgeous pixel art, is the fact that you figure out pretty quickly that there's something else going on here. Something's not right. Something's kind of off. There's like a dream sequence in the prologue that doesn't match up with what's going on in the rest of Atma's day-to-day life. He keeps having these weird flashbacks. Something's off with Raya's powers, and the game takes its time getting to actually explaining what this thing is, but it keeps feeding you these little tidbits, and none of them add up until the very end when it all comes together. And so it's just this really intriguing mystery where you don't know what the mystery actually is. And it is an incredibly emotional, incredibly like beautifully written, and also visually beautiful ending in terms of like what they do with the pixel art. Like the ending sequence in total, from like, I can't really explain what it is, but like the whole ending section is about an hour long. It's probably like roughly a 10-hour game. But I was just sitting there bawling my eyes out just disgustingly the whole time, because it was just, it got me so hard, and it just kept hitting and hitting. And then kind of the other thing about it is that as all this is going on, like while it's taking its time getting to this mystery, you're also exploring this rural 90s Indonesian town. And it is just this really, I do not have a lot of insight into Indonesian culture, and being able to explore this like interesting slice of life in a place I had never really experienced was really wonderful, because all the characters are very grounded. They have their own like everyday problems and emotions, and you're interacting with these very human people, but also you're surrounded by a lot of things that are very unfamiliar but wonderful. And so, yeah, this game blew me away. I was not expecting it. I have not gone from, oh, this looks neat, to I cannot stop playing this so fast in a really long time. So check out A Space for the Unbound. It's on the Switch.
Is it new?
Yeah, it came out last month.
Oh, okay. Wow.
I think.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know offhand the studio who made made this game? Because I feel like
Mojiken? I want to get it. I really want to get this right.
Because I feel like I've seen like another game that when you said Indonesia,
you might have, yes.
Reminds me a little
like,
bit of a pixel art Life is Strange. Like that's my first thing that popped into my head.
Yes, Mojiken Studios. It's an Indonesian developer. They did When the Past Was Around, which came out in 2020. So you might be familiar with that. It's been seen places, and they also did a game called She and the Lightbearer.
Cool. I like that name.
Yeah, I do too.
Awesome. And that is Space for the Unbound. So if you want to ugly cry, go to the eShop, and it's 10 hours of excitement and then just bawling.
Oh yeah.
For an hour. I like that. That's 10% emotional damage. Awesome. Jeffrey, have you been playing anything exciting? Anything on your mind that you'd like to discuss during the Miiverse?
I'm looking up A Space for the Unbound on the eShop, and it's $20, and I want to leave the podcast and go download it right now.
I mean, you can do. Do you know how many times we've downloaded games during the podcast because somebody?
Yeah, Pear will start doing that a lot.
Yeah,
Pear will do it. Brian does it. I do it. I'll be like, oh, as soon as I'm done, and then I will go and I'll just download whatever.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna go and do that myself. So
really good.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's wow. Yeah. This looks so good. Just the art, the backgrounds, like I forgot it was pixel art just because it was so immersive. And I love pixel art. It's not a bad thing. I was just like, wow, this is like, looks really amazing. It's funny because like, it's funny. I'm so excited for the Mario movie that I regularly rewatch the trailer because I love the first trailer with the penguins.
Good trailer.
I know. Okay, look, maybe that sounds weird, but like you guys have to understand that is mostly my job on Social Team is trailer kind of breakdowns and rewinds and stuff like we're sort of like really excited when trailer drops. That's kind of our bread and butter for social, and I will just watch it probably 100 times. I could probably just recite the whole trailer, and every time I watch that trailer I immediately jump into the N64 app on Switch. The game.
Aww.
The N64.
Yeah, it's an app. Yeah,
it's an app.
It's an application.
Yeah,
executable.
I love because I feel like on Switch it's like, oh, Jeffrey's online playing Nintendo 64 Switch Online, and then I like that it says underneath it like what you're playing, so that people know that like, yeah, I am playing Super Mario 64, and then because I played Majora's Mask and I was too scared, and so I went back to Super Mario 64.
Oh.
But
Is there something else I can help with?
oh my gosh, my Siri just that scared me
Hello?
more than Majora's Mask. I don't know what triggered that. Yeah, it's just been kind of like where I feel like I'm in between. I truly have just like lately just been playing like the kind of online service on my Switch, like Fortnite, Rocket League, because you just got it. It's so fun to play in bed versus at your desk or whatever. Right. But sometimes I find myself in between where I'm just like, I'm gonna like jump back into the N64 app and just pick a random game. And I was playing through Pokemon Puzzle League, which is like,
Okay.
it's just a silly little kind of bejeweled kind of puzzle Tetris, not Tetris, but it's very kind of a very simple, straightforward game that I remember blew me away as a kid. That I remember at Blockbuster, I'd be like, oh my god, Pokemon Puzzle League, that sounds amazing. And then I play it now, and it's fun, but I was like, wow, this is pretty much like nothing. Like in terms of like, it is just like, in this footage, Professor Oak's like, Ash, you're late for the Pokemon Puzzle League, and then that is just the menu screen, and you just immediately like fight like Gary, and you're just
As far as
playing.
I'm
They
concerned, that's
did
all the game needs
original
for story.
footage with the voice actors from the original anime release. That's cool, I have
That
to
is-
say.
yeah,
For a
that's actually
freaking puzzle game, they really blew this thing
Or an
out.
N64 game, yeah.
Yeah, they had mini games too. It's crazy. Look at this art too.
I do love.
It's very fun. The music is good. Like the sound effects are kind of like very ASMR style. Like it's a really fun nighttime game
okay.
to just like mindlessly play on my Switch.
Kat, you and I have been playing the same game.
We have. So I've been playing Fire Emblem Engage. It's been a little bit of slow going because I'm playing on hard, which is not to say that it's like impossible or anything, especially because I'm playing on casual, but the levels are taking a little bit of time to like actually grind through, and even though I'm playing on casual, I'm still a little bit allergic to losing characters, so I get annoyed when it actually happens. I'm really enjoying it. I think that it might actually end up being the most underrated Nintendo release this year. It's not getting a ton of traction on social media. I think the sales are not going to match up to Three Houses, like even a little bit. Most of the complaining, or most of the discourse has been hardcore fans complaining on social media, and frankly, they need to chill out. And I have been just really enjoying the tactics elements of Fire Emblem Engage. I was like, this is what I was missing from Three Houses. I dig this. I love the look and the feel of the game. I am in love with the actual emblem system. I think it's really clever and actually fairly sophisticated in the way that it handles skills and everything. It's neat, Seth. I like this game. I'm going to keep playing it.
Yeah, I surprised myself when I looked at my playtime and it was at 7.5 hours. I was like, 7.5 hours?
It got
That's
you.
It's kind of like when I'm not playing it, I'm thinking about playing it. I actually stopped playing Chained Echoes because this game sort of pulled me in. And like you, I wish I had played more, and it's not because I'm on hard mode. It's just because I have a scattershot sort of brain that wants to make me do a lot of things.
I mean, Hi-Fi Rush just came out, and I want to go play that now too. So.
I never even heard of that until yesterday, and then people
It's because
were
it
very
literally
excited
came
about
out
it.
yesterday.
Right. Yeah. And now everyone's like saying how amazing it is. But yeah, I'm enjoying Fire Emblem Engage a lot. I didn't like Three Houses much, and I don't really have an explanation why. I always thought it was because I just don't like strategy RPGs. But something in like early on, probably like the first hour, it just clicked with me. And I was like, oh, you know what? Instead of just throwing my people into like battle and having them all die and have to rewind time, maybe if I stopped and thought a little bit ahead of time. And this is
You're
good advice
cracking
for
the code, Seth. You're figuring out tactics games. I'm so proud of you.
this is good advice for life as well. Like actually make a little bit of
Maybe
a
I
plan
should
before you
think about this.
Yeah. I think with turn-based RPGs like Final Fantasy, I think there's a little bit less of that planning. It's a little bit, for me personally, it's like, oh, I'm just gonna, this guy's gonna use a sword, and then this person's gonna, punch, and then this person's gonna use a potion. But with this, you have to consider where you are and what your range is. And I'm like, it's just a board game. It's like a really fun, complicated board game with like beautiful anime people in it and horses that have wings. And I love it. And I really love it. And it looks so good. Like the colors are bold and bright and amazing. And I really like Fire Emblem Engage. And I guess now that I dip my toes into checking things online and people are like, this game sucks and it's not for me and they really blew it this time and Fire Emblem's never gonna recover.
It's a very vocal minority, and I think we always have to be a little bit careful about what people are saying on social media about, I don't know, the localization of Fire Emblem Engage. But I think that unfortunately it reinforces to me a little bit that Three Houses, its profile was raised by the fact that people were memeing those characters so aggressively.
Yes.
And this game is just not drawing memes in the same way. Memes have power in the video game space. And Three Houses was, I think, probably the most memed game of 2019 or whenever it came out.
Or it came out in 2019, but you might be right. My fiance's playing it, and every time I glance over at his TV, that game looks beautiful. It is. You're right about it being very colorful. It is so nice to look at. Looking at those characters, I'm just kind of like, they're fine. Mostly,
they're very anime, standard anime characters.
They're fine. Whereas Three Houses, I feel like had a lot more draw,
a lot more personality.
Yeah,
I think the thing is that you got these cardboard cutouts who are running around. They look cool, but. It makes me, I think I compared it to, on Axe the Blood God, I think I compared it to like a magical girl, like Sailor Moon, Sentai kind of stuff, where they're transforming. And I think the transformation stuff is a lot of fun.
Whenever I see them have conversations, again, I'm not playing this, I'm just looking over, but I keep glancing over and I see them having conversations, and the conversations are like, wow, I really like doing push-ups. Hi, it's nice to meet you.
You look so shiny when you sweat.
And and that's the conversation.
The story is not anything.
Yeah, so
I'm gonna say I think that's what I like about it. There's like 5 minutes of you talking nonsense, and then you adopt a cat, and then you're back on the battles again. Like that's exactly what I want. I just want to play
the cat's great.
I agree.
There's a lot of cats to adopt. There's pigeons to adopt. I mean,
there's that little round guy though that follows you around, and my fiance put a little top hat on it, and it just follows him around and like let these down. It's very cute. I like that guy.
Sunglasses on mine.
That's cool. Sunglasses are cool.
I'm with you, Seth. It was the kind of game. Well, last night I was just chilling in a beanbag chair with listening to a podcast and playing this game without any music. And when I can get into that place with the game, I'm kind of in my happy place.
Yeah. I like Fire Emblem Engage a lot. I think I don't know. I was gonna be like, and I think you should definitely check it out. But just because I like it doesn't mean you're gonna like it. I don't know.
Seth, we can give recommendations, but
I it's hard for me to recommend it based on like the fact if somebody's on the fence because they really like Three Houses and they haven't picked this one up, then they're probably not going
it's to like a different flavor of Fire Emblem for sure.
Yeah, I don't have the Fire Emblem like depth of knowledge to be like, if you liked Fire Emblem Infinity shoes, you're gonna really like this one.
I do think it's interesting that so many people who wouldn't normally have picked up a Fire Emblem were drawn in by Three Houses, but you didn't care for Three Houses. You cared for this one, which I think has a lot more connections to classical Fire Emblem as I knew it back on like the GBA and that kind of thing with the weapons triangle and the design of the maps and everything. So
I don't know why Fire Emblem was such a blind spot for me. I never played a Fire Emblem.
It's a tactics game, and tactics is a pretty niche genre. Speaking as somebody who's played a lot of tactics games and enjoys the genre.
It's got knights and dragons and spears and stuff.
That's and hex-based grids.
Hex-based grids. Yeah. See, all the things that I thought I liked. And now I guess I do. So, yeah, Fire Emblem Engage, please. If you're like me, check it out. If you wear a white sweatshirt that has KK Slider on it, you're going to like this game. All right. It's time to go on to the question block. This is not an edible question block. Sorry to get your hopes up.
Ooh.
Yeah, there's no cookies here.
I like Jeffrey's better.
I know. I like the fans' questions the most of all.
Oh, yeah.
That sounded insincere, but I do. I like getting these questions, and I actually hate trying to narrow them down because sometimes there'll be like 5 that are like, that would be...
You know what we should do? We should print out the questions, print it on an edible sheet, put it on a cake, birthday cake for Reb, and
Oh
we
my
eat it
gosh.
that way.
Wow, eating paper for my birthday. What a treat.
It's edible. It's edible.
It's edible.
Yeah, we'll write the question block on a cake and we will bake it for you. Peach.
Oh,
Yeah. Reb, you've had an edible like picture on a cake, right?
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah.
You hesitated and it spoke volumes.
It's fine. What are the questions, Seth?
Get your
Oh, the
friend
question
who's
is,
What am I about to eat?
This is from Matt Pearson, and this is a good question because I want to get everyone's opinion on this. How do you feel about the Nintendo Switch Online service and expansion pass up to this point? Are you satisfied with the service? Wait, hold on a second. I think Matt Pearson might work for Nintendo customer service. I think I got this survey.
Matt's gonna get us. Why is Nintendo Switch Online the best online service?
To have fun with friends and family. Are you satisfied with the service and the quality of the games that they offer? What about the pace of releases and special offers? And Matt also thanks us all for entertaining and informing them every week. Not a problem. Love to entertain and inform. Entertain and edutainment. So, real quickly, around the horn, what are your feelings about the Nintendo Switch Online service? Kat, how is it fitting your lifestyle, your busy cat lifestyle?
Yeah, I don't feel like I ever use it for the most part, but I feel like I have a little blind spot because I just have all of the subscriptions in general, so I don't have a great sense of what life is like without Nintendo Switch Online versus what life is like with it. I enjoy having N64 and Sega Genesis. I would probably own it just to be able to have access to those games on my Nintendo Switch. I'm very disappointed with Nintendo's cadence of releases. I think that the actual UI is quite poor. They introduced a different app that was meant to try and unify them, but it was so slow that I was like, I don't want to use this, actually. I don't think that they released these the Mario Kart expansions and the Animal Crossing expansion, which is a nice idea. I think that's a nice perk, but they don't really come at a frequent enough clip, I think, to kind of justify the price of Nintendo Switch Online. And if you're not into old games like I am and want them on the Nintendo Switch, like, I totally understand why you wouldn't be into it. I don't think that Nintendo Switch Online has been particularly well thought out, and it's kind of your typical half-baked Nintendo online service, which is too bad.
Yeah. Reb, what are your thoughts and feelings on Nintendo Switch Online and the expansion pass?
I think I've said this on here before.
Say it again.
But
It's your birthday.
I am in a group chat with a bunch of nerdy people, and 8 of us got together when this thing came out and all bought in. And so once a year I Venmo my friend, or PayPal or whatever, my friend $10 to keep the subscription up. And so it's really cheap for me. I pay $10 a year. So I mostly don't think about it, is kind of my answer. It's really nice to, I actually don't know I don't think I have the expansion pass. I don't even know what comes with the expansion pass.
Sega Genesis,
Nintendo Switch Online.
64, and free DLC.
I didn't need it for the Mario Kart tracks, did I?
You can
Yes.
buy those.
Oh,
I mean, you can buy them. You just get them for
Yes.
free with the DLC.
with the part of the with the expansion, it's part of.
Okay,
the
I actually don't know
deal.
if I have the expansion pass or not. So
Did
there's
you get
that.
the Animal Crossing expansion?
I did get the. Okay, I must have the expansion pass because I did get
It's
that.
really
animal.
telling that you're like, do I have the
I
expansion?
don't
pass?
know. I pay a guy $10 and the
Do you
online.
have the Sega
happens.
Genesis app on your
I don't,
Switch?
Why would I use that?
Sonic 2.
Why? There's other
Breath-
video games. Anyway, I don't think about it, and so it's nice to have. Like, I played Splatoon a lot last year, and it was really nice to just open that up and play online and just not even think about it. I guess I must have it because I did get the Mario Kart tracks and I didn't pay extra for them. So maybe I'm paying more than $10. I don't know what's going on.
Rev, you might want to look into
I
this.
should really
You
check
might
into
be-
this. But yeah, I have the Mario Kart tracks, and over the holidays I played with my siblings, and it was nice to just not even think about it. Just open up, it's like, oh, there they are. I must have downloaded them.
That's the thing. It's like not being able to play Splatoon, basically.
Yeah, that would have been a
that
big
would
problem.
be rough. Yeah, or Pokemon is a big one that relies on it
Yes.
as well.
So
Yeah.
presumably for how much I'm supposed to be paying every year, like it's a perfectly good deal, I guess. But I don't know, whenever I open up my Xbox, there's a bunch of Game Pass games in there, and it's like, hey, you got Game Pass. And I don't know. I feel like that's at least more visible in terms of what I'm getting for my questionable amount of money.
So all the platform holders charge for multiplayer, and in the year 2023, that feels weirdly retrograde to me.
It kind of does,
It
doesn't
feels
it?
like
Absolutely
a
does.
old-fashioned idea, and I think that business models kind of need to be rethought a little bit for these particular platform holders.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, that was like the big sort of the Xbox 360 versus PS3, and the PS3 fans would be like, well, we don't have to pay for our multiplayer. And then what did they do? They
introduced PS Plus, but then they introduced the free games, which was a big deal at the time.
Right. Which now is not at all, because everybody's got the free games if you pay for them. Jeffrey, what are your thoughts on the Nintendo Switch Online service?
I do just want to say really quickly to Reb that Nintendo employee Matt Pearson is not going to be happy about hearing you split the family membership with 8 other amigos.
That's literally what
It's
it's
literally a
for.
plan.
You can have up to 8 people, and it's $80 a year. That's what it's there for.
Oh my God. What if Matt Pearson's a Nintendo cop? And you just got busted.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
What is
Yeah.
a family really?
So yeah, because I know the fine print is like has to be at the same address, blah blah. But obviously, no one ever follows that.
What is a family but just a group chat?
Nintendo supports chosen family through their family plan.
That's true. Correct. Thank you.
All right, I'm actually a Nintendo employee, and I have to put a stop.
I don't think you're allowed to be on this podcast.
Rip off my mask.
He disclosed it in the fine print, which nobody reads.
Yeah, I know that I have Nintendo Switch Online Expansion Pass because I was upset that I had to pay like $50 more for it. But I split it with my sister, who we both live in the same home.
Of course.
So it's only $40. I'm gonna citizens arrest Reb on her birthday. No, but you know what? I really wanted it for the N64. That was the biggest thing. To be able to play Ocarina of Time on the Switch, it was like worth the $50 extra, $80 a year, whatever it is. Instead of just like paying, like you can just buy it, but like I am technically always paying for it. But like I would have the online expansion pass anyway.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like, everything's made up. Like Nintendo has my money. It's fine.
Yeah. They have your money. Matt Pearson he's going to get a glowing report from his bosses at the Nintendo cop shop where he works. So that, unfortunately, is all the time that we have for this week's NVC. Before we go, I have a few favors to ask of you. If you're watching us on YouTube, please leave us a like and a nice comment. If you're listening to us on a podcast app, please leave us a review. It helps spread the good NVC word, and we will be forever in your debt. Special thanks to Red on the ones and twos, and most of all, thanks to you for hanging out with us. And remember, NVC is the only place where you can
Get the thing.
get the birthday thing.
Ooh.
Oh,
Hi, Ben.
Emblem Engage! The time has come!
Finally, we're free. We were just growing weary of each other's conversation.
Lend me your strength! Don't hold this against me!
I quite look forward to working together. Let's do this! I'm on a mission!
After putting in some major study sessions and passing its tests in 2019's Fire Emblem Three Houses, Fire Emblem Engage makes a surprising decision to take a purposeful step away from that focus on time management and teaching.
Almost time.
Many base activities and socializing are still here, but Engage makes a smart move to adjust its sights back towards the roots of the series by putting engaging tactical combat first and foremost.
Don't stand in my way.
There's a reverence for Fire Emblem's past that is clear in every aspect of it, including the spirits of legendary heroes from previous games that power up your team, bringing in strategic depth and visual flair every time they're unleashed.
Whatever it is.
Its classic good versus evil story may not reach the same heights of its predecessor, but the Divine Dragon's adventure still stands tall among its peers, both on its own merits and as a wonderful tribute to Fire Emblem's history.
Emblem Engage!
When Fire Emblem Engage first introduced the idea that 12 rings house the spirits of protagonists from Fire Emblem's past, I'll admit, I was a bit skeptical. These legends will advise you, spar with you, and become your battle companions as you try to collect every emblem ring and defeat the big bad Fell Dragon who wants to corrupt them. While it's fun to see familiar faces, there were also plenty I didn't recognize. This had me worried about how much of the backstory I was going to miss out on, given that some of these characters have never had their adventures officially translated outside Japan.
How can I be more like you?
And yet, over the course of my 60+ hour adventure, I found my worries to be unfounded. Fire Emblem Engage manages to celebrate its long history of compelling characters without making you feel left out if you never played through their stories firsthand. Your own character, Alir, has a story that is still the driving force behind your journey in Engage, and while the Emblem heroes play an important role, it's one that does its best to stay within the context of your current adventure.
Everyone, engage with emblems!
Yes, I may have geeked out a bit when Ike from Path of Radiance joined my team, but even emblems like Sigurd or Leaf are fun to fight alongside despite me knowing next to nothing about them, thanks to the powers they granted my team in combat. The true talents of these emblem rings shine when taken into battle. Just having one equipped provides a host of bonuses and skills, and culminates in the ability to engage their true power for a short period.
Emblem engage!
The resulting fusions between your characters and the legendary heroes make them unmissable standouts on the battlefield. With these transformations granting me powerful unique weapons and special engage skills, it became a huge game changer for how I approached each mission.
A good wind.
In addition to the larger changes emblems introduce, Fire Emblem Engage has refined almost every aspect of its turn-based battles in smaller ways too. Enhanced visuals, UI improvements, and subtle new spins have been introduced to classic combat mechanics. The celebrated weapon triangle has made its triumphant return with a new break mechanic to temporarily disarm opponents for the rest of the turn, while smashing enemies with heavy weapons can physically push them out of defensive tiles. My favorite new Battlefield addition by far is the massive overhaul to the healer class.
Thank you.
Historically, they've always been the weakest link, but no longer. The ability to use martial arts to break the weapons of archers, mages, and thieves gives them much more of a bite, and they can also use unique guarding abilities to protect allies from harm, so long as their health bar is full up.
What is that? In the back there. Is that a throne?
Where Fire Emblem Three Houses thrust you into a dramatic conflict between rival nations and former friends, Fire Emblem Engage dials things back a bit, for better and for worse. Its story is a classic tale of ancient evils reawakening, amnesiac protagonists, and various nations uniting under a common banner for good. I'll admit, I wasn't quite sold on Alir and their aquafresh toothpaste hair design, but finally having a fully voiced Fire Emblem protagonist helped me get over that fairly fast. It helps solve many of Engage's plot points, from the growing bonds between Alir and their friends, to some insidious plans enacted by the Fell Dragon and his minions.
Yeah, not gonna happen.
Most chapters usually end with defeating a boss, but a reliance on certain bosses left me feeling a bit conflicted. The Four Hounds are the main henchmen of the Big Bad, and you'll be seeing a lot of them. They all have different reasons for being on Team Evil, and even made for some challenging opponents. Yet I can't count the number of times I've had to fight these lackeys, only to have them swear revenge and run away. Again. And again.
My orders do not involve dying.
And my army just let them saunter off. I don't even think they were bad characters, I just really wish Engage had at least tried to offer a passable excuse for why I let them get away so many times. There are still plenty of challenging missions and encounters, and some of my favorites came from paralog side missions that serve as Emblem hero trials, and include some of the best homages to Fire Emblem's history. I still believe you won't feel left out if you haven't experienced the stories of past Fire Emblems, but those who have will be treated to some wonderfully adapted pivotal moments in time. Missions like these, coupled with the care that went into creating skills and abilities for each Emblem ring, have the same reverent tone as when Nintendo expertly adapts fighters into the Super Smash Bros. Series. Even the music for these side missions are uniquely arranged medleys from previous soundtracks, featuring some of my favorite Fire Emblem tunes. Fire Emblem Engage has kept the concept of having a large explorable hub base like in Three Houses, but has wisely dialed back from the scope of a giant monastery.
Well, hey there!
The Somniel instead focuses on both managing your team and keeping up with fun activities and bonding, but in ways that aren't as drawn out and time-consuming. Sadly, tea time did not make the cut.
Yummy!
All the activities here are completely optional. Some are very, very optional.
Morning time! Here's the sunshine!
The Somniel is also where you can manage the emblem rings you've collected, and there's a surprising amount to do with them. Perhaps even too much. Spending points to inherit skills from different rings encourages lots of customization and passing rings around so everyone can make use of them, though the sheer number of skills and point values can sometimes become a bit of a headache. Perhaps the most surprising addition to the Somniel is a combat tower that lets you take on multiplayer challenges, and its asynchronous format might be the most well-realized multiplayer that Fire Emblem can have. One mode allows you to fully customize one half of a map to either challenge another player's computer-controlled team on their half of the map, or have your AI team defend against other opponents with the base you've built. There's a lot of fun variety of defenses to build, even if they end up looking like a bit of a mishmash. The second mode is a clever attempt at Fire Emblem co-op, Relay Trials. One player picks a small group of units to go up against a horde of enemies, but only has 2 turns to move their team before their time is up, and another player picks up where they left off, potentially adding a few reinforcements of their own. I really love the idea of having to adapt to someone else's strategy mid-battle, including deciding whether to engage your emblem rings or save for the next player. A bit of warning though, it seems possible to join and find yourself over or under-leveled compared to the player who started the trial, and you may even see characters that you haven't yet encountered on the team, which may spoil you to later reveals.
Our bonds give me strength.
It's no small feat that Fire Emblem Engage is able to tell a simple but fun story that celebrates the vast history of its series in a way that doesn't rely on prior knowledge of its stories. Building the perfect team of diverse characters and pairing them with emblem rings of past heroes allows for tons of customization and strategy, and blasting through the enemy ranks with special powers is immensely satisfying. Both its main and side missions provide a good deal of challenge, and clever twists and obstacles offset a reliance on overly familiar mission objectives. Couple all of that with a suite of quality of life improvements that immediately feel vital, and Fire Emblem Engage proves itself worthy enough to be counted alongside the legacy that it honors so well. Be sure to also check out our review of the equally strategic Marvel Midnight Suns, as well as Pokémon Scarlet and Violet. For everything else, stick with IGN.
Now, it's time to engage.
Eric and Mia are orphan siblings who live on a Viking boat.
Eric! Eric, are you awake? Come on, let's sneak out again. I want to find some treasure.
Their lives are about to be turned upside down as they embark on a tremendous adventure. A chance encounter with 2 strange creatures leads to a rip-roaring treasure hunt in a mystical world.
Ready? Go! Hold on, sis!
They're transported to Draconia, an untamed land where monsters roam free. Some can be befriended and help the plucky pair traverse this fantastical world in pursuit of treasure.
Whoa!
They're sure to prove invaluable in battle. But also in the hunt for loot. As they help Eric and Mia leap,
Take off!
glide, and sprint to the most inaccessible locales. Draconia is brimming with treasure, and these monsters will show you the world through their eyes on your quest to track it down. You'll want to use these treasure visions to your advantage.
I can't wait!
But there's one thing no self-respecting treasure hunter can do without. And that's a base.
I hereby declare this our gang's brand new base. What kind of treasure is it?
Every item of treasure you find will need appraising.
All right.
And as the value of the treasure in your vault goes up,
Here are the candies.
visit the personnel department to recruit new gang members.
You'll be a great asset.
Hello there.
Or head over to the dormitories and swap your party members around. You can even send teams of monsters out on dispatch missions.
Back soon. Back at last.
If you're lucky, they might bring back a piece of truly exceptional treasure. Don't forget to put your favorite pieces on display in the vault.
Not bad at all.
The base also houses a shop, a pellet factory,
You want something?
All done. Merci beaucoup.
and a cafeteria. It's a one-stop shop for all your adventuring needs. Draconia is also home to the 7 coveted dragon stones. But dangerous rival gangs are after them too. A whole host of newfound friends. A home away from home. And a world of utterly unforgettable adventures awaits. It's time to set off in search of your ultimate treasure.
Let's go.
New for Nintendo Switch, the RPG where treasure is everything. Dragon Quest Treasures.
Come on, let's sneak out again. I want to find some treasure.
Why save the world when you could spend your days digging up pricey pieces of Dragon Quest history with a slurping slime by your side? That's the philosophy behind Dragon Quest Treasures, a lighthearted spin-off where working with monsters to hoard valuables takes the spotlight over complex combat or high-stakes story. That means it's far from the richest jewel in the Dragon Quest crown, with shallow world building and equally shallow RPG elements keeping it from ever reaching its full potential. But an endless stream of rewards and charm still make it an enjoyable, relaxing adventure. Treasures stars Eric, your thieving companion from Dragon Quest XI, and his sister Mia, but it takes place long before the luminaries stepped into their lives. After finding a flying pig and a talking cat, like you do, Eric and Mia fall through a magic portal into another dimension, which conveniently means that nothing they do or see has any bearing on Dragon Quest XI's established story. But that's just fine for a game full of constant meta references to the series as a whole anyway. The portal drops Eric and Mia into Draconia, a very cool new world where dragons once turned the hopes and memories of people into treasures and tucked them away for safekeeping, with each one taking the form of items and people from Dragon Quest history. Your overall goal here is to build a base for your budding gang of treasure hunters using the money you earn from finding loot. Hoarding treasure is central to all your efforts, but when you and the party of monsters you'll assemble to help dig up the sparky prizes do so, you're finding more than just a piece of Dragon Quest nostalgia. You're restoring dreams, connections, and purpose that the people of Draconia, and even your rival treasure hunters, thought was lost forever. This alternate reality setup gives Treasures the freedom to try something different with its story, which it only partially manages to pull off. This is more of a Dragon Quest fairy tale than it is a monster-style spin-off. Every monster and human is obsessed with finding treasure for no other reason than because it exists. And while that seems like a shallow foundation for any story, the one told here actually tiptoes around some pretty heavy themes. Treasures is a child's fantasy escape at its heart, a chance for 2 orphans to leave their abusive home, have fun, and make a life for themselves away from the troubles of growing up and adults unfit to care for them. It feels like Dragon Quest meets Peter Pan in that sense, and Draconia Draconia is the siblings' Neverland. Like the Lost Boys, time and society forgot the people of Draconia as well, or at least the ones that you meet at the old Trans-Draconic Railway headquarters, where Eric and Mia make their base. It's heartwarming to watch as you build a surrogate family of misfits and monsters at the railway headquarters, a support group for Eric and Mia, and a safe place to return to. Unfortunately, Treasures never really mines that vein of story potential like it could, doing little to build on any of its themes after first presenting them. Eric and Mia have no character development across the roughly 30-hour campaign. Their relationships with most NPCs, outside a small handful, are limited to interactions that end with whatever quest they ask you to complete. How much you get out of Treasure's story and characters depends on how invested you are in the idea of reinvigorating the hearts and minds of this world, since you don't actually see much of it happen. It's hard not to see Treasures as a missed opportunity in that sense. One could have been something special with a bit more depth and detail. In between meeting new people and staring at your treasure hoard, you'll take Eric and Mia on expeditions to one of Draconia's islands to see what you can find and convince other monsters to join the hunt. You're pretty much free to decide what you want to do and when. You could rush to a rival treasure hunter's base and swipe their hoard, or persuade a queen slime to help restore the train station in the aptly named Cold Shoulder. Or just ignore everything and find treasure for fun. Whatever you choose to do, you're always encouraged to find treasure in order to help your base grow. You have an innate treasure compass that points you to the general direction of rare goods, because of course you do, but it goes haywire when you get too close. That means you have to rely on the treasure vision of your monster companions to track the goods down with visual cues based on their own line of sight. Slimes only see from ground level, for example, while the vision of a Sham Hat Witch is appropriately obscured by its own hat. It's a charming, typical Dragon Quest spin on what would otherwise be a repetitive minigame, and combined with a little ascending jingle that plays when you dig up treasure, it helps keep the routine feeling fun even after dozens of hours. None of the tasks you're given are ever complex, but it helps that the treasure hunting appeal to the part of your brain that lights up after finding something shiny or checking a task off that list. The low-pressure, low-stakes nature of what you're doing and the constant drip of accomplishment lends Treasures a sense of coziness that makes it easy and enjoyable to pick up, even if you don't always see world-changing effects from your labors. While there's plenty to do back at headquarters, it often feels like perhaps Square Enix had plans for something bigger that never materialized. You have daily quests similar to what you'd expect from a live service game, but they play little role in your routine and offer paltry rewards. You can also theoretically build up and improve your base, though the improvements extend to just a handful of shops you can only access via the company's reception desk. As a result, Treasures always feels just a bit thin. Each monster has a set of preferred treasures they're more likely to uncover during expeditions, and a species-specific skill called a forte, abilities such as gliding or sprinting that make travel easier or help you reach difficult places. Each region is fairly simple in structure with a few exciting layouts or well-hidden secrets, and they're built around using specific abilities to find treasure spots and rare items. Bland as the layouts may seem, the simplicity can be welcome at times, as it makes backtracking and avoiding unfriendly monster mobs much easier. When you do pick a fight, you play a passive role, helping deal damage with pellets from your slingshot or heal your monster friends. You have no control over their actions and can only issue basic attacks and gather commands, but the monster AI is mercifully adept at figuring out the best way to tackle enemies. Slimes and Drakis work together to set up elemental combos. Tankier monsters such as Restless Armor cast their defensive spells at exactly the right moment, and they all actually balance their attack choices to conserve MP. Here too, there's the potential for something more involved that makes fuller use of these features, deeper battles with emphasis on building combos and finding the right mix of monsters. And here too, Treasures prioritizes being light and breezy instead, without much need or reward for giving your team composition that sort of thought and care. There's nothing actively off-putting about that, especially since these fights are still fun enough as it is. It's just jarring to see what looks like so many discarded plans, and that lack of clear direction is noticeably unusual for a Dragon Quest game. Dragon Quest Treasures is a light, charming take on the classic RPG series. In place of challenging battles and complex campaigns, it offers a cute fairy tale of two orphans finding riches, building a new family, and bringing happiness to a weary land. It's hard to ignore the missed potential for a more nuanced story and more combat that could have been, but the relaxed pace and constant stream of rewards still make Treasures a satisfying RPG to plunder your way through. Hey, if you like Dragon Quest, be sure to check out this video. And for more on all things gaming, keep it right here at IGN.
Eric, are you awake? Come on, let's sneak out again. I want to find some treasure. They're going to be partying all night. They won't even know we've snuck off.
In the lead up to the launch of Pokémon Scarlet and Violet, I thought Game Freak's claim that we'd be able to go where you want would end up being little more than a marketing gimmick. But from the moment I left the hallowed halls of Uva Academy, that promise has been wonderfully fulfilled, with open world, open-ended gameplay serving as a shining new direction for the future of this beloved franchise. And yet, a finger on the Mankey's paw has curled along with it. Scarlet and Violet's wonderfully innovative design is dramatically undermined by the numerous ways in which they feel deeply unfinished, with issues ranging from an incomplete world to massive and ubiquitous technical problems. So even though I want to celebrate the ways in which this generation reinvents and reinvigorates the world of Pokémon, I can't without putting a great big warning label on it. Of playing Pokémon Scarlet and Violet is some of the most fun Pokémon has ever been. From the second you leave the school after the tutorial, you can run all the way to the late game areas full of powerful trainers and gym leaders, catch high-level Pokémon, and make the adventure very difficult and rewarding for yourself accordingly. I had multiple wonderfully tense moments against Team Star especially, like when their giant car Pokémon nearly decimated my slightly underleveled team. But the land of Paldea is arranged to be mostly friendly to those looking for a more gradual challenge too, and even more so is designed just right for getting pleasantly lost or wandering off the beaten route. But even when I briefly ran roughshod over several areas in a row because I'd outleveled them, I didn't find it discouraging or dull. With roughly 400 different Pokémon species available, I was still enjoying poking around the lower level areas and finding monsters I hadn't seen yet. And those discoveries were rewarding, even when the battles weren't. It's a process made especially delightful by how silly and clever many of the new Pokémon designs are this generation, and how improved the monster behavior is. That said, Paldea's world still felt a touch empty without meaningful dungeons, puzzles, or other self-contained challenges like we see in other open-world games. That emptiness is even more pronounced when you look at the detail that is there. Towns are all unique, colorful, and full of personality, and there's clearly been a lot of thought put into modeling them after diverse and specific locations in and around real-world Spain. But for the most part, that's where the thoughtfulness ends. Most buildings are facades you can't enter, with no story or gameplay purpose. Most stores are just menus you open when you interact with the door. And the biggest cities have the same storefronts repeated over and over. And that blankness unfortunately extends to many of the NPCs and their dialogue too.
That said, Scarlet and Violet's 3 main plots and their cast of characters are some of the most interesting and well-written Pokemon's had in a while. There's a lot of humor, cleverness, and heart, and it all culminates in a bombastic ending that goes surprisingly hard for a Pokemon game, followed by a decent amount of hearty endgame PvE content. All told, it took me about 35 hours to reach the credits, and I've played for an additional 20 since then without having quite finished every side quest or found every secret. Not every aspect is an improvement over older games, though. While the initial character customization gives you much more detailed facial design options than in the past, there are still only 4 skin tones, and the clothing selection is just sad. You're stuck with 4 ugly school uniforms to pick from, and that's all you get, forever. Sure, you can buy new accessories, but when the main outfit you're going to wear for the next 50 hours is aggressively purple or orange, those little add-ons don't feel much like real options. On the bright side, I do like what's been done with the ability for Pokemon to follow you out in the world. This time, you can send them out to automatically battle wild Pokemon they encounter, earning you EXP and items accordingly. It's a touch clunky. They don't run as fast as you, and they don't always target the thing you're asking them to. But it works well enough, and is a pleasant and fast way to gather items used to craft TMs. While the battle system remains largely unchanged from past Pokemon games, there's one major new addition, terastallizing. That temporarily gives one Pokemon in your party a superpowered monotype and a cool hat. But what's most interesting about it is that any Pokemon can have any Terra typing, making for some really fun and unusual combinations. The best and most interesting combos are gained through Terra raid battles, which are Scarlet and Violet's endgame echo of Sword and Shield's already excellent Dynamax raids. I'm extremely optimistic about their potential to keep the Scarlet and Violet community alive for the next year or more, if the technical problems don't kill it first. So let's talk about the Dawn fan in the room here. These games run like garbage. The frame rate is an inconsistent mess. Lighting effects toggle on and off seemingly at random. Models pop in and out at short distances. Characters who aren't that far away walk like a bad stop-motion animated cartoon. Everything slows to a crawl when there's more than one environmental effect on screen at a time. And battles themselves can take an agonizingly long time as new Pokemon are swapped in. There are also tons of bizarre model clipping issues, and the camera sometimes gets stuck at an odd angle and shows an empty void on half the screen. And that's on top of all these bizarre bugs. Most are small, funny, or harmless issues, but we also had not 1, but 2 of our guides riders suffering hard crashes when they walk near a ladder. This is all bad enough, but it's all exacerbated by the fact that Scarlet and Violet would be far from pretty games even if they ran well. While the aesthetic and architectural aspects of many of the towns in Paldea are interesting, they're compromised by incredibly low-res textures, long stretches of flat, boring land, and this weird, vague, shimmery effect around most objects. This is made especially odd by the fact that some of the characters and most of the Pokemon models do actually look very good, making for weird contrasts at times. When you go into online cooperative play, there's an entirely new layer of weirdness, including invisible bikes, invisible people, emotes getting stuck on faces, and whatever my friend is doing in the doorway here. There were multiple communication errors that forced us to disband and reform the group just to keep playing, which is itself a time-consuming process. And then there's the Noodle Man incident. All of this is a massive shame, because like the rest of Scarlet and Violet, the actual gameplay ideas in its co-op system are promising, if unrefined. Between the bugs, my friends and I were able to do almost everything you can do alone side by side, if not explicitly cooperatively. Story events, wild Pokemon battles, and even giant absurd sandwich making. Trainer battles against NPCs were an otter-looking situation, as you can see here, but the bones of an excellent co-op system are mostly there. They just feel like they're held together with bits of string. The aforementioned Terra raids are the best part of cooperative play by far. The 4-person battles mostly ran smoothly with my friends, and provided a fun treasure hunt of their own. Online Terra raids with strangers though? That's a different story. Even with an Ethernet connection, this was a painful process with repeated communication errors, awkward and time-consuming matchmaking, and a hefty dose of lag every match. I've been tearing my hair out for weeks over how conflicted I feel about Pokémon Scarlet and Violet. Discovering and catching all these charming monsters across an enormous open world with an actually good story is really fun. It just comes with far too many asterisks. I truly believe that the bold new ideas here are fantastic if unrefined, but it is completely impossible to play Scarlet and Violet and not notice at least some performance issues, and not just frame rate problems. These games actively crash, disconnect, and break in highly distracting ways basically all of the time. And the new online co-op makes all these problems significantly worse. As a Pokémon fan, I desperately want better for this series. But if you're devoted to these games, as so many are, know before you go in that the proper care we've all come to expect has not been shown here. For more, check out our in-depth performance review that highlights Scarlet and Violet's problems. And if you do decide to dive in, watch our list of 7 things to do first. And for everything else, stick with IGN.
Those wings. I want them too.
The company has decided to eliminate Genesis and his cohorts. This includes Angeal as well.
That sword represents our family's honor.
I see. No wonder.
I've become a monster. A monster's objective is usually world domination or revenge.
I told you, you can't live on that side anymore.
Is that Angeal's face?
It appears Genesis isn't the only one who can be copied.
The mysterious gift of the goddess. What is the meaning behind it? For us, at least.
Those soldier people are kind of weird. They fight, and they love it.
If only I were Soldier. Soldier is like a den of monsters. Don't go inside.
Do you remember what I said about our enemy being all that creates suffering? But I created my own suffering.
You want to do something to me, eh? But then, who will stop Genesis and Angeal's degradation?
If this world seeks my destruction, it goes with me. Am I a human being?
Shinra, Soldier, and you. I hate you all!
Sephiroth! Why did you kill the townspeople? Why did you hurt Tifa? Answer me, Sephiroth! Sephiroth!
The army's mobilizing. Find the targets before they do. I want them alive. You hear me?
Roger.
All right, let's get going.
Will I see you again?
Hey, Cloud. I have to go to Midgar.
The Orange Star Nation needs you. We've got more intel on the Advance Wars 1+2 Reboot Camp game. In the first campaign, Advance Wars, you'll advise a colorful cast of commanding officers and use their abilities in vibrant turn-based battles. Each commanding officer is now voiced, bringing even more charm to these characters.
You're gonna get hurt.
I see right through your plans.
Another full campaign awaits in Advance Wars 2 Black Hole Rising. More commanding officers and more diverse terrain can be leveraged for additional tactical opportunities, like blasting through pipelines to cross into enemy territory. In both campaigns, you can fast forward gameplay and reset your turns for a smoother tactical experience. flex your strategic muscles outside of both campaigns with additional modes. Go for high scores in the War Room. Create and share custom maps in the Design Room. Or battle friends and frenemies in local and online multiplayer. Advance Wars 1+2 Reboot Camp marches onto the Nintendo Switch system April 8th. Pre-orders are available now on Nintendo eShop.
You seem different. Untouched by false truths. Will you pry these gifts from the unwilling? Bring the glands back to me.
「息を満たし気を抜くでない先を見抜くのじゃ」
The Lord of the Tundra is heartless and cold, showering its prey in an impenetrable veil of snow, leading foolish creatures to an icy grave.
悪毒行くぜ。どうせならもっと汚く悪毒ドカンと派手にあのクソ野郎どもをぶっ潰してやれ。
日の本の伝統ですけど、腹切りはダメですよ。
悪魔に反則もクソもあるかよ。1対1でやるのも面倒だ。全員で悪毒行くぜ。発想が悪の親玉すぎるわ。使えるもんは使っていくぜ。
来たぜ、私の切り札。ロボコパンケーキ。
なんてもの作ってんだよ。覚悟しな。
作戦を開始します。どうぞ。
魔法、そんなこと言ってる場合か。
富士山、覚悟ができました。石がを打ち勝った幕府の方々は必ず懲らしめなくてはいけません。
よーし、いい覚悟だ。ならお尋ね者の大悪党らしく悪毒行こうぜ。
Hey, something smells good. Yes, meat! Real meat!
Oh, Chet, a purely carnivorous diet isn't good for you. Everything in balance, all in moderation.
Casti, you sound like my mother. Remember what you taught me, Master Juva? When it matters most, be true to your heart, not to your eyes or nose.
Oh, Chet, one day you will be a hunter, a protector of the island, culling any creatures who threaten its balance.
Every living thing devours life.
I've killed for food, sure. Never for hatred's sake.
It approaches, I take it, the night of the Scarlet Moon. Flee! It's too strong.
Come on! You wanna fight? Here I am!
Ochet can set monsters upon townspeople to provoke them into battle.
Good job.
She can also befriend people with delicious food and take them along. In battle, Ochet can summon monsters or capture new ones. She can also turn them into items. Activate her latent power to let her inner beast loose, allowing her to use powerful skills.
You must go, Ochet. The island must be prepared to face this peril by gathering the 3 creatures of legend.
I'll do it. I'll find those creatures of legend and bring them back.
These people are suffering. I must help them. As long as I can heal the sick, who I am is ultimately trivial. I'm sorry, but I really can't remember anything.
Then how did you diagnose and treat that boy?
It seems my hands still remember their craft.
Out! You're one of them, aren't you? Heirs apothecaries.
A likely story. We're on to you.
Who I was and what I've done, I cannot say. Nevertheless, right now, all I want is to help the people of this town.
Casti can inquire to obtain information from townspeople.
Thank you.
She can also use the medicine she has on hand to soothe them to sleep. In battle, Casti can concoct hazardous and healing compounds. Boosting allows her to add more materials to the mix. Activate her latent power, and she can concoct without using any materials.
You haven't changed one whit, Casti.
You've got some guts, Bone Mender.
It is our purpose to extend a helping hand to all those in need.
Something terrible happened in that place. Some awful tragedy. I need to remember.
Each traveler's tale has a unique structure. Take the hunter Ochette, for example. She must choose which companion to bring on her adventure. The merchant Particio can head to his next objective or follow the scent of commerce. Throné the thief must decide whether to confront mother or father first. You are free to choose their path as you see fit. Side stories await you on your journey, and the tales of fellow travelers intertwine in crossed paths. You might even obtain rare items or discover new jobs along the way. The direction their travels take is in your hands.
I wonder what it'll be.
Where will you go? Which path will you take? Who will you share the road with? Every choice is yours to make. Octopath Traveler 2, February 24th, 2023. Embark on an adventure all your own.
For 36 years, Link has been traversing the fields and ruins of Hyrule in a seemingly never-ending quest to save Princess Zelda. His journey has spanned many consoles, redefining the franchise in many ways, from its humble beginnings on the NES to the groundbreaking 3D action-adventure in Ocarina of Time. We decided to take a look back at Legend of Zelda's impressive history in gaming, bringing you the very best mainline Zelda games ranked. Twilight Princess gets an unfairly bad rap among Zelda fans. As the darker and edgier Zelda, it often receives unfavorable comparisons to Wind Waker, which is arguably held up better in comparison. But buried under all the cruft is a quality Zelda adventure, with a large world to explore, many enjoyable side quests, and some great dungeons, the Snow Peak ruins being a highlight. But the strongest element of Twilight Princess by far is Midna, a snarky imp who rides around on Wolf-Link's back and basically trolls him for the duration of the game. She's a far more appealing companion than the pestering Navi, with her story tying firmly into Twilight Princess world and lore. She gives Twilight Princess a style all its own, a style that deserves more respect than it's been given over the years. It's not quite enough to push it into the upper level of Zelda releases. The bloat in this game is extreme, but it's still a quality entry with a lot to offer to the Zelda mythos. Mainline Pokémon entries always come in pairs, and Zelda follow their lead with The Legend of Zelda Oracle of Seasons and Oracle of Ages. Unlike Pokémon, however, the pair had significant differences, and both were required to see the true ending of the ultimate story. These Capcom and Flagship-created games also varied from each other in that Seasons was more focused on combat, while Ages put a greater emphasis on the puzzles. Each game also had a unique mechanic that assisted you in solving puzzles. Seasons let Link use the Rod of Seasons to change the, season, to accomplish things like making it winter to freeze a lake that would have been impossible to cross in the summer. Ages, on the other hand, let you utilize the Harp of Ages to travel through time and enter a cave in the past that would have been inaccessible in modern time, for example. Despite it costing double to see the story to its end, it was a joy to explore both Seasons' Holodrum and Ages' Labrina and learn all the secrets these lands held. The original Legend of Zelda stands as a testament to the power and allure of sprawling, vast video game worlds. It was ambitious enough to throw you right into the middle of a world infested by monsters without so much as a weapon to defend yourself, confident that the thrill of free-roaming exploration would lead players to investigate, experiment, and find their own way. The Legend of Zelda cast aside linear paths and storytelling in favor of an open-ended exploration that continues to be iterated on to this day, and crammed its world full of dungeons and secrets that endeared itself to encouraging players into sharing tips and revelations with their friends at school. Even now, it stands the test of time as one of the best examples of giving players the freedom to find their own path, learn from mistakes, and slowly master a strange new world. A Link Between Worlds was a pleasant surprise when it first released on Nintendo 3DS in 2013. Initially dismissed as a pale copy of A Link to the Past, fans were surprised and delighted by its non-linear progression and high-quality dungeon design. Far from a mere knockoff, A Link Between Worlds turned out to be one of the tightest, most enjoyable Zelda experiences in years. Because it's a portable entry, A Link Between Worlds tends to be overlooked when discussing the top Zelda games, which is a shame. While it's in some ways a tribute to A Link to the Past, featuring many of the beats of the original, it also stands up rather well on its own. The ability to tackle dungeons in any order hints at the direction Breath of the Wild would take a few years later, and its story is surprisingly emotional, with a wonderful reveal at the end that will delight fans. As a tribute to classic Zelda, A Link Between Worlds is a wonderful treat. The Legend of Zelda: Link's Awakening crafts one of the more unique stories in the Legend of Zelda franchise. The world, characters, and story venture off the beaten path and succeed without relying on locations or characters like Zelda and Ganon that are typically expected to appear. We've seen 3 iterations of Link's Awakening, and each one's additions to the formula have made this entry on the list even better. The DX version included an additional dungeon that filled the world with vivid colors. The 2019 remake advanced it further with an updated art style for its characters, world, and overall visuals that energize the heartfelt moments through Link's journey like never before. New additions like the Chamber Dungeon added replayability, allowing us to create and explore custom dungeons and share them with our friends. Link's Awakening is a testament to the franchise with its dungeons, puzzles, and music, which became the foundation for many of the future Zelda games. It is one of the simpler games of the franchise, but the mastery of the gameplay loop and core elements of what it means to be a traditional Zelda game is what makes it special for Legend of Zelda fans. Time has been kind to The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker. Though some fans greeted its cartoony, cel-shaded style with ire after the promise of more mature takes on the franchise, The Wind Waker's vibrant, colorful world is more widely accepted for how beautiful and unique its take on Hyrule is. Yes, there's a lot of ocean to sail around, and even with the improvements made in The Wind Waker's Wii U re-release, the sailing around on extended hunts can weigh the experience down. But the sailing, when it often works, is a zen-like, freeing experience that nailed the sense and feel of open adventure that Zelda has perfected so frequently throughout the franchise. Exploring new shores and not quite knowing what to expect from each new island, whether it be some great dungeons, intriguing civilizations, or something else entirely. Wind Waker captures that sense of thrilling mystery with each new chapter, introducing a surprisingly dark and fascinating story that ranks amongst the best actual tales told throughout the series. Add to it some familiar but solid combat that makes each hit impactful, a cast of endearing familiar and new characters, and as ever, a moving score. The Wind Waker not only nails the Zelda staples it needs to, but charts new territory in one of the series' most memorable adventures. Majora's Mask is most recognizable for adding a divisive 3-day time limit that you either loved or hated. It's intrinsic to the core gameplay loop, permeating throughout the world, NPC behavior, and side quests, incentivizing us to optimize and prioritize our time management to get as much done in each 3-day cycle before needing to play the Song of Time and restart all over again. Many of the characters and items in Majora's Mask were reused, but reworked and amplified to make them more compelling and influential than their previous appearances. Masks and other items were enhanced and placed into the forefront as centerpieces to how the story would unfold. People in the world became integral to advancing elements of the story and its subplots. Time itself and your trusty ocarina became a necessary tool, leading to the destruction of Link and all the inhabitants of Termina if managed poorly. Majora's Mask remains one of the most somber entries in the franchise, and often deals with heavier themes such as abandonment, trauma, and death, which sets it apart from other entries in the franchise. While we may not have all loved the time limit and darker tones, it pushed the franchise forward and gave us a new perspective on the adventures of our hero of time. The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time tops our list of best Nintendo 64 games ever made, so it's a testimony to the overall quality of Nintendo Zelda games that it only came in at number 3. When it launched in 1998, Ocarina of Time instantly defined what 3D adventure games would be like for decades to come. From the lock-on camera that made switching between exploration and one-on-one combat a cinch, its innovative 3D puzzles, to the way the series staples like the hookshot and bow and arrow are implemented, Ocarina of Time is rightfully remembered as the best game of its era. Nintendo 64 games haven't always aged gracefully given the hardware limitations of its day, but Ocarina of Time remains incredibly playable and engrossing to this day. Whether you're talking about the original classic or its tweaked and improved 3DS remake, Ocarina of Time will always remain the definitive Zelda experience to date for many fans. It took everything that worked in A Link to the Past and near flawlessly translated it to a three-dimensional realm. Which brings us to the game that narrowly beat out Ocarina of Time for our panel of Zelda rankers. Building off the vast top-down world of The Legend of Zelda's Hyrule, A Link to the Past refined the scope by trading in a freeform adventure for an engaging storyline, a dense and populated world, and the grand reveal of an equally sprawling mirror dimension that was the Dark World. It's a masterclass in adventure and game design, with an impeccably paced grand story and a huge variety of puzzle-filled dungeons lorded over by some of the most imposing bosses in the series. With its rip-soaring soundtrack and beautiful sprite graphics, A Link to the Past was a perfect package to immerse yourself in the land of Hyrule, featuring tons of quirky characters to help out, as well as secrets and heart pieces hiding in almost every screen. Each new item gained on your adventure practically begged to be experimented with to find new applications and delving through its expertly crafted dungeons or uncovering new areas on the overworld map. Even all these years later, you'll be hard-pressed to find a more quintessential Zelda experience. The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild reinvented a 30-year-old series in a way we rarely see. After Skyward Sword offered a slightly more linear, story-driven campaign than most fans were used to, Breath of the Wild readjusted dramatically in the opposite direction. Suddenly, you could go anywhere and climb anything in any order you wanted. And goodness gracious, there was a lot to choose from. There are plenty of fair criticisms to throw at Breath of the Wild, with common ones being around the lack of Zelda's traditional dungeons and items. But what's truly impressive is how much it maintained the heart of a Zelda game, even as it altered nearly every system around it. To a certain extent, Zelda has always been about exploration and choice, and Breath of the Wild simply leaned into and enabled those aspects of itself above all else, now making the world a place that would react to those choices as well. There's just so much to see, so many people to meet, and secrets to find hidden throughout this long-since devastated version of Hyrule. But while the options available to you are enormous in scale, there's a subtle restraint at play here as well, with Nintendo refraining from cramming your minimap full of markers and waypoints that so many other games do. Indeed, Breath of the Wild didn't just reinvent Zelda in this way, it shook up the entire open-world adventure genre by empowering you to make your own moments rather than giving you an exhaustive checklist to methodically go down. No one is telling you to climb that one particular hill in the distance, but if you want to do so, you better believe a Korok will be waiting there to reward you for your effort. There's always been a bit of a distinction between 2D and 3D Zelda games, but Breath of the Wild and its successors may end up defining a third category for the series going forward. Whether or not you prefer the more structured nature of the mainline games before it, the impact Breath of the Wild has had on both Zelda itself and the industry as a whole is undeniable. And the endless slew of magical, natural discoveries it provides makes it easy to see why. And there you have it, our picks for the top 10 Zelda games. With Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild 2 set to release sometime next year, we're sure to be blown away and inspired by Link's continued efforts in Hyrule. With 36 years under his shield, the young adventurer shows no signs of aging out of existence. Now let us know which of these Zelda titles stuck out the most to you, and which one was your entry point into the vast world of Legend of Zelda. We'd love to know. And for more on gaming, keep watching IGN.
The sequel to The Legend of Zelda Breath of the... Oh, excuse me, I mean The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom got a brand new trailer, and with it came a solid release date and an actual title. But that's not all that was revealed. This brief teaser was packed full of story hints and gameplay details to pick apart. So let's break down everything we managed to find. The trailer opens on a wall carving of a figure with long ears. We don't know exactly who this person is, but we have a good guess that we'll get into when they show up again in just a moment. But first is another carving depicting an army of bokoblins and moblins attacking a group of people wielding swords and shields with an unfamiliar insignia. It's close to a couple other symbols we've seen in Zelda before, perhaps most similar to the Skyloft crest from Skyward Sword, but not actually a match. The army of monsters is also surrounded by familiar maroon squiggles that almost certainly represent malice. Coming back to that first figure, we now see them on a floating platform surrounded by 7 objects that look a bit like spirally inverted teardrops. These objects are extremely similar to the amber relics in Skyward Sword, but they could also be the titular tears of this game. 7 has always been a significant number throughout Zelda's history. For example, there were 7 sages with 7 medallions in Ocarina of Time, as well as 7 maidens trapped in crystals in A Link to the Past. While Breath of the Wild had just 4 divine beasts and a lack of Zelda's usual dungeon structure, this motif of 7 objects around a central figure could mean Tears of the Kingdom will have you on a quest to collect them, more like those earlier Zelda games. Next we see a person either floating or being lifted into the air, followed by a shot of them holding hands with someone off screen. This figure is a dead ringer for Zelda herself, or at least some version of her throughout history. And the image of her in the air could even be a hint toward her fate, since we already saw her falling into an abyss in a previous trailer. As for who she's holding hands with, jumping forward to the logo reveal shows the rest of this image zoomed out. From there we can see she's holding hands with that same central character from before, and 2 of those tears are shining down upon them from above. Given this interaction, as well as the fact that both characters are depicted with triangles under their eyes and in extremely similar outfits, our best guess is that this figure could represent the goddess Hylia herself. Zelda is actually the mortal reincarnation of Hylia in Skyward Sword, and the goddess is said to have raised a chunk of world up to the clouds in that game, similar to how she's first shown here, not to mention the floating islands Tears of the Kingdom revolves around. There's also some writing on the sides of this mural, but it doesn't seem to be any script from the Zelda series that we know about as of yet. But enough wall art, because there's real gameplay to get into as well. The action kicks off with Link opening a massive door that features the same twin dragons that are featured as an Ouroboros in the game's logo. He's also got a shield with a new symbol, one seemingly related to the Sheikahs based on the similar eye design. As he runs out into a floating island in the sky, you can see his right arm has already been altered like in previous trailers. But what's new is that he's carrying something on his belt in place of the Sheikah Slate, a small set of vials, half of which are filled with a green glowing light. This object is extremely reminiscent of the Vessel of Light that Link and Midna used to collect Tears of Light in Twilight Princess, which would fit the new title nicely, though you do also collect tears in Skyward Sword. It could also just be a new type of resource that's consumed to use powers like the magic meter in older games. Either way, it's featured prominently on the official art that accompanied this trailer and is surely an important part of this game. When Link jumps off, we can see a large structure in the background that was spotted in previous trailers. He also seems to be incredibly high up, as it takes a few seconds before the ground below even comes into view. Down on the surface, Link appears to use one of his new abilities to send a chunk of ruins up into the sky, riding it along the way. This looks to be in the Faron region, which is covered in ruins from the Zonai, an ancient civilization only hinted at through the environment of the first game, but one that seems to have more relevance in this one. For example, the dragons in its circular logo are almost identical to large Zonai statues that can be found in Breath of the Wild. As Link ascends, you can also catch a glimpse of some floating islands covered in storm clouds, which could possibly hint that not all floating areas are easily accessible at first. This could also be true of the next shot, which shows Link climbing up roots on the side of a floating island, the rest of which is a black texture that looks a bit like the other unclimbable surfaces in Breath of the Wild. Finally, the last shot of the trailer is a long one, packed with goodies hidden in the background. First off, Link is falling somewhere over the Tanagar Canyon, and from here we get a clear look at both plenty of sky islands, including a notably large one high above what we think is the Faron region, as well as the ground of Hyrule. Hyrule Castle is floating too, which we saw start to happen in the first trailer, and the bright red tendrils or energy or whatever that stuff is from back then seems to be shooting out from under it. The same stuff seems to be spewing out of Death Mountain too. Something you won't see is the Ridgeland Tower that used to be jutting out of this marsh. In fact, any shrines and towers that were previously visible from here have vanished along with Link's Sheikah Slate. But don't worry, this sweet glider he lands on surely makes up for that, complete with more cryptic symbols that could relate to the ones we saw earlier. It's not clear if Link is controlling the glider or if it's heading to a predetermined spot, but it seems to be going toward a neon green pattern of lines on the Illumeni Plateau, previously just the location of a stone talus fight. There's also some sort of large cube on the ground visible just below the right wing of the glider that definitely wasn't there in Breath of the Wild. And before the scene fades out, you can spot a glowing green spiral on a small hill at the bottom left of the screen. This matches the spiral coming off of the corpse Link and Zelda find in the first trailer, as well as the power emanating from Link's hand. It's also very similar to the green tendril spotted in an earlier trailer when Link flies up and into a floating island, which may indicate that there are more of these, which act as sort of elevator points that allow Link to quickly travel upwards at certain spots across the land. As the trailer wraps up with the logo, we're treated to that full wall art and the Zonai Dragon Ouroboros we mentioned earlier, as well as an altered Master Sword. The tip of it is similar to both the green line symbols on the plateau and the general aesthetic of Twilight Princess. Also, just to address the elephant in the room, we compared the English and Japanese versions of the logo and are fairly confident the title is intended to be Tears of the Kingdom, as in crying, not Tears of the Kingdom, as in ripping. However, the potentially intentional double meaning there could be cool to look out for, as Hyrule certainly seems to be tearing itself apart. No matter how you pronounce it, we'll have lots more coverage of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom leading up to its launch on May 12, 2023. So for more of that and anything else gaming, keep it right here on IGN.
It's been more than 3 years since the game, now officially titled The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, was announced. And in that time we've seen, well, just enough to really whet our appetite, from the sweeping vistas of the islands above Hyrule through to the tiny details that hint at so much. Let's run through what we know, what we think we know, and what we're probably way off about but are excited to take a punt on anyway. Let's start with Hyrule itself, which is built upon the foundation of Breath of the Wild's map, but much more vertical than usual. Yes, the sky is now thoroughly pocked with islands, but from what we've seen, these islands aren't actually as alien as they may first appear. Take a look at these stone dragons and spiral patterns. Seem familiar? We've seen similar imagery in Breath of the Wild. In that game, they were found in the many ruins left behind by the mysterious Zonai, a long extinct civilization who are thought to have worshipped a water dragon, according to Creating a Champion. That book also says the Zonai are spoken of in hushed whispers as strong magic wielders who vanished suddenly thousands of years ago. Breath of the Wild itself, meanwhile, simply describes them as an ancient warlike tribe. Are the Zonai really long extinct then? After all, we're dealing with a whole new set of Zonai structures, not to mention at least one.
Welcome to a very special edition of Nintendo Voice Chat, IGN's Nintendo podcast. We are all so excited for today's Nintendo Direct. I am your host, Seth Macy. I am joined today with my super best Ninfriendos, Rebecca Valentine, Jeffrey Vega, and Brian Altano. In 15 minutes, just 15 minutes, we'll be getting a brand new Nintendo Direct presentation that will very likely be packed with new game announcements and all sorts of other surprises and delights. We're going to be live through the whole show, so you'll get to see and hear our reactions in real time, but we promise we will not yell over the whole thing the whole time. It's going to be like a 90-10 sort of scenario. But first of all, let's go over what we know about, well, what we think we know about today's Nintendo Direct. Zelda Tears of the Kingdom last night went up. People noticed it was $70, and it seems to be the only thing that anyone is talking about. Reb, do you think that that is a credible price, or do you think it was just a mistake on the part of Nintendo?
There's no way they're not bumping that up to $70. Okay. I think that's happening. I wrote a piece recently about how probably in the next year we're going to see pretty much everybody that does AAA games slowly inch their way up there. I'm not shocked that Nintendo's following suit.
Okay. Jeffrey, what about you? Are you thinking that's real? And if so, are you going to pay for it?
I think it is real. I think it's very classic Nintendo for them to kind of raise the price on a 6-year-old console for a game. And to answer your question on if I will pay for it, I'm not going to pay for it because I'm going to buy whatever the most expensive Tears of the Kingdom package. I want Nintendo. Give me a $250 thing, okay? I'll just charge it on my credit card. It doesn't count.
Yeah.
Give Jeffrey Vega a sword.
I need to point out that when the Nintendo Switch launched, Breath of the Wild actually outsold the Nintendo Switch, like more than 1-to-1, meaning that there were people, I won't name names, I'm one of them, that bought more than one copy of that game, like digitally and physically, or we got the special edition that had that kind of droopy rubber Master Sword in it. Like there's where people go nuts for Zelda. Like, and also like Nintendo is inching closer and closer towards raising their prices, just like everyone else is. We saw this generation, prices went up across the board with a bunch of companies, and a bunch of those games ended up selling really well. So it seems like a natural conclusion for them. I'm not wild about it, but I'm going to end up supporting it because I can't not buy the new Zelda game.
Right. Yeah. I will pay as much as $71 for Tears of the Kingdom. That's how excited that I am. There's also rumors that we're going to be seeing Pikmin 4 today. Brian, you famously said Pikmin 3 had probably the greatest fruit textures of any video game. Do you think Pikmin 4 will be bringing those sort of elaborate and impressive fruit textures into the modern era?
No, I think they're going to get worse. No, of course they're going to get better. Yeah, they're definitely going to get better. I sat my kid down to watch the Pikmin 4 teaser trailer recently, and there were 2 YouTube ads that ran in front of it. And then the trailer started, and it was about 3.5 seconds long and then ended. And I was like, okay, we need more than that. This is a game Miyamoto mentioned was in development, 6-7 years ago? And
in the 70s, he actually mentioned it.
Yeah, 1970. He's like, Pikmin 4, one day I'm going to make the 4th version of this. Yeah, I'm excited for that today. It seems like it's going to be one of their bigger games this year. Pretty much every franchise they port to Switch ends up selling really, really well. And Pikmin's awesome. It's just like this adorable, wonderful, terrifying, horrible game about murder. So
about murdering adorable little insect men.
Yeah, so I can't wait for this one. I really hope we get like a solid release date, a new trailer, all that fun stuff.
Yeah, well, you heard it here. Brian can't wait to murder insect men in the future. So, yeah, well, I mean, we know it's a 2023 release. What we don't know, and what we have been wondering for a long time, Advance Wars 1 and 2 Reboot Camp. Reb, do you think we're going to be getting this like ever or today? Like a lot of people are speculating that we're going to get a shadow drop at the end of the direct.
Yeah, there were some rumors kind of floating around, and it seems like those rumors were debunked. Like the Walmart merchandise thing was like maybe debunked, but I also don't think it would be shocking. I think maybe a shadow drop is a little ambitious. I wouldn't be shocked if we just saw a trailer and got like an actual firm release date that was soon, maybe even very soon. I think a shadow drop is maybe a little ambitious for Nintendo, but I've been wrong many times before.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, one thing that I am personally very much looking forward to is any news about Metroid Prime 4. And right before the show, I Googled Metroid Prime 4 Insight Walmart.
As one does.
And, you have no idea how much HTML source I went through today trying to find clues, but it showed 3 different SKUs on the Google return with 3 different price points that kind of would line up with like a normal edition, a little bit better edition, and like a super $120 edition.
Yep.
Brian, excited for a new logo reveal.
Seth, we just showed the footage of the Metroid Prime 4 logo reveal, which I remember watching in the E3 war room at IGN with the just infectious energy in the room. Everyone's screaming.
Oh,
I've been chasing that high ever since, and it hasn't happened. Like, it's been a logo for like 6 years now. It got rebooted mid-development. There's been no news whatsoever. So today, when you sent me those Walmart listings, which is a weird thing to get excited about, I was like, I was like, okay, it's back. It's building back up again. We have been excited for Metroid Prime 4 or Metroid Prime Trilogy coming to Switch every single direct for like 6 years now, and it just doesn't happen. And today, I feel like it could be the one. I feel like one of those things is going to happen. I don't want to hype it up too much. I don't want to get too crazy here, but I feel good about this one.
Yeah, have the proper expectations going into this. What am I talking about? I'm being a ridiculous human being.
I love that this reveal is so old that it has the old IGN logo. Like that's how long it's been since we've played these games.
Yeah, it was like three presidents ago we saw this logo. Like
it's true.
It's crazy.
Yeah, man, I'm very excited. I mean, let's just talk about now like what we want. And of course, I want the Metroid Prime 4 rumor that I just invented in my head like 20 minutes ago to be true. I want that to be real. But I also think that Tears of the Kingdom at $70, I think we're going to get our first like look or talk or mention of the next Nintendo console. There it is. I'm putting that out there. I will
buddy,
bet. I will
buddy.
bet. I will make a bet.
Look, I'm here to hype things up, right? I'm here to just give overinflated expectations through the roof when it comes to Metroid. But with the chip shortage stuff, I just don't see it happening. Like, and the thing is, like, I restarted Breath of the Wild recently. Like, yes, it's not the most technically beautiful game, but it's artistic and gorgeous, and it runs mostly really well. And I feel like they can eke out a sequel in the same engine and just kind of bring the Switch to the finish line. I don't really see them launching new hardware, but I would love to be completely 100,000% wrong today.
Look, I'm saying they're not going to launch it. They're just going to mention, and you will be able to buy this on the next Switch as well, or whatever the next. But
Ooh,
Rebecca, what?
no.
Chat? Are you? I'd love to be challenged.
Seth, if we get and to be clear, I'm talking any mention of actual new hardware, so not like a new edition of the regular Switch that has like a Pikachu on it. That doesn't count. But if they announce,
I will abide by those rules.
Yeah, if they say anything about an actual new hardware, I will dress as Luigi on the next NVC I'm on. Hat, mustache, everything.
Wow,
the mustache is key.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, we need to get Doug Bowser on the horn to make sure that they do reveal that hardware, so we can see Reb as Luigi.
No way.
Oh, that's what I'm looking forward to. But Reb, another rumor just like sort of broke that you're kind of excited about. Why don't you tell us about what's get you hyped?
Oh my gosh, I've talked on NVC a bunch of times about how much I love Batten Kaitos and Batten Kaitos Origins. I'm a big GameCube dweeb. There's like a surprising amount of semi-credible rumors going around that there's going to be some sort of Batten Kaitos remaster, which feels insane to me because it's such a weird, obscure, niche thing that I loved, and I can't believe anyone would bother bringing that back. But
all the Batten heads are going crazy.
It's great, and I will lose my marbles if this is real. I'm trying to keep my expectations held in because I think this is ridiculous. Why would you do this? But it's a really great RPG, card-based battle system, gorgeous art, Motoi Sakuraba soundtrack, and it had a prequel that was also on the GameCube that was really, really good, and I would love to see both of them get a comeback.
Speaking of old IGN logos, look at that one. Wow.
As someone who never even saw this game in the wild, it looks interesting. But Jeffrey, what are your hopes? What are your dreams? What are your Nintendo dreams today?
I'm a simple man, Seth. I every Nintendo Direct, I wear my Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker t-shirt.
Yes.
Look, I know we already got a remaster of it on the Wii U, but also a lot of people don't have a Wii U, and I want Wind Waker on the go.
Most people don't, actually.
Yeah, famously. Yes, Wind Waker is my favorite Zelda game, and I would just love to replay that on the Switch. I don't think we'll get it if Tears of the Kingdom is coming out in 3 months. But I'm hopeful. I think they could package together Wind Waker and Twilight Princess and just sell it for $60, and I'll buy it. I'll buy it. It's fine. I'll buy it.
Yeah, no, this game rules, and it is baffling, Jeffrey, that we haven't seen it yet, specifically because of what you said. Everything that was like really good but not very successful financially on Wii U has mostly made it to Nintendo Switch, aside from the two Zelda remasters, Twilight Princess and Wind Waker. And Wind Waker is phenomenal. It is so good. This would instantly sell incredibly well in the system. I understand, like, the trepidation about it cannibalizing Tears of the Kingdom sales, but like, I don't know, drop this game tomorrow. I'll play through it.
Oh my God.
Just as exciting, an excitement holding me over until the next Zelda game. I don't think it's going to eat into the next Zelda game. Just complement it.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment of it. Any last big predictions that we have? I mean, we are like 3 minutes out from maybe the I'm hyping it up too much, but probably the biggest direct in all of history.
Wow. All right.
I just
whoa.
No, but I think this is I haven't been this hyped for a direct in a very long time. So.
The energy is really good, and it's hard to tell because really nobody knows, right? Like nobody actually has any idea, but I don't know, just the vibes are good today. Everyone's really excited. Yeah.
I want to give a shout out to Hollow Knight Silk Song, because I feel like That's the other one that
Really?
everyone in the chat, everyone in the comments, everyone on social media has just been like, tell us more, tell us more, tell us more. And I'm playing through the original Hollow Knight right now. I love it. It like
So good.
I at first I wasn't into it, and I'm totally back onto it. So like, yeah, let's put that out there. Let's get that summoning circle going for Silk Song, because I know people want it.
I guess chat's also going crazy for Tamagotchi Life, which I think is a little bit of a bizarre one.
Okay.
Yeah.
I hope you get your wish. That's great.
I do too. I did the guide for that actually on IGN when I was a freelancer. That is a really weird, funky game.
Yeah. I think
you dream about hamburgers.
In my game, like Snoop Dogg and Miyamoto went on a date. So bring that game back. I'm down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be super cool. We are going to be watching the direct live. Like you can watch it with us. And watch us just like go crazy. I'm ready to go extraordinarily crazy. Look at this.
I feel like I feel like our ones and twos man Rodriguez is trying to send us a message with all these Rhythm Heaven guys that suddenly appeared on the screen.
Yeah, we are gonna watch the entire direct with you all, and then afterwards we're gonna do a whole live NVC post show unpacking everything. It's gonna be so much fun. Like we don't really get to do this often, and so like I don't know that's I think that's why this feels even more special to me. I'm like, oh man, we're doing this all together at the same time. This is gonna be a big epic event.
Yeah.
So I'm into it.
Yeah, it's so cool because the news is Nintendo's not going to be at E3, and that's kind of a bummer because we probably would have all been there and just like hugging and screaming and being so excited.
Dancing
and
around
now we
the
get
Link
to
statue.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. And now we get to do a virtual hug from the comfort of our own homes. I'm down here in the bunker hosting Nintendo Voice Chats live. Is this the first live watch party that we've done? I think it is.
It's the first one I've done.
For Nintendo Direct.
We did one for the Super Mario movie trailer, but for a Nintendo Direct, I think this is the first one we've ever done. And this is like you said, like this, the last Nintendo news we got was them saying we're not going to go somewhere and show you cool stuff, which was E3.
Right.
And so this is the opposite of that. This is them being like, we're bringing it. We have something for you. We have a lot of stuff. There's like little leaks and stuff starting to trickle
40
out.
minutes. 40 minutes.
Yeah, it's going to be 40 minutes. Real quick, Reb, pie in the sky prediction. What do you think? What's the craziest thing?
Give me Golden Sun, please.
Oh my God, I would love that. Jeffrey, pie in the sky. Let's hear it.
I don't want this, but Tears of the Kingdom gets delayed.
No! What's wrong with you?
I said I don't want it. I said I don't want that.
Opposite
I
of
don't want
that.
that. I don't want that.
Brian, cleanse us, please.
Kid Icarus for 3DS is coming to Switch. That's my pie in the sky. And Reggie's coming back. He's bored. He's sick of retiring. He's back.
Yeah.
He's gonna kick ass and make games. That's what he does. Let's watch the Nintendo Direct live together. Oh my God. Oh, I'm so excited. Here we go. Okay.
God, I'm so nervous.
Me too.
I know. Also, we won't be talking the whole time, I swear. Right off the rip. Pikmin.
Well, I'm instantly happy.
Yep.
I feel so soothed.
I do too. Lo-fi hip hop.
Oh, you're gonna die.
All these little guys are gonna die.
Look at that little fella.
It's a great jump cut.
Is that Brittany?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, I love them.
I know.
I don't want any of them to die.
No, never.
We could pause it right now.
Take care of them all.
Okay, so that seems kind of new. What?
It's Icy Pikmin.
Popsicle men.
Yes, you can recreate the
Oh,
final
okay,
scene of
that's
Terminator
awesome.
2. Oh, yeah.
This is a whole new mechanic here. What are you? What are
so
you?
dumb. I love it.
What?
He's your friend!
That's Poochie's long lost brother.
When he's not on in the game, all the other Pikmin are asking where he is.
I feel like they just keep inventing new ways to murder those red polka dot bug guys. Like, we brought ice and a dog this time.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's too big.
Yes.
Oh, it ooped
Oh, you
out.
are horrible.
Oh my god.
Let's get a release date.
And it's...
Oh, that was... What's over?
No, wait for it.
credits
Wait
scene.
for it.
Ooh.
Oh jeez, that's no good.
Oh, there it is!
Okay,
There
awesome.
it is! I'm into that.
A pleasant summer game.
Summer
everyone.
2023.
I'm Shinya Takahashi, and I'll be your guide for today's Nintendo Direct. That was the latest trailer for Pikmin 4. A dog-like creature was spotted. What kinds of things will it show us? Please look forward to more information in the
I will,
future.
sir.
Let's see our first batch of Nintendo Switch headlines.
Yes!
This new hero is a real gem. Introducing Volume 3 of the Xenoblade Chronicles 3 Expansion Pass DLC.
Lapidurist extraordinaire.
What now?
Say hello to Masha, the newest hero and a refined lapidarist. She can use special ore to craft accessories that can bestow various effects. Challenge battles with roguelike elements are also being added. Select only one character and battle wave after wave of enemies. For every win, you'll earn more heroes and special abilities. Rack up victories with your heroes and set your sights on the final
Sorry to all our
stage.
Xenoblade fans who wish
You
we
might
were
also
stoked
get
about
special
this.
in-game outfits as a reward.
Trying to be respectful.
You're right.
So that they
Coming
can
in
hear.
Volume 4 later this year.
Tell me why! Is this really what you want? Nothing's gonna get through to him. He's a heartless machine. Like killing Granddad wasn't enough for you?
serious,
Volume
very
3
fast.
of the Xenoblade Chronicles 3 Expansion Pass for the Xenoblade Chronicles 3 game launches on the Nintendo
They're like still
Switch
arguing
system
under this
February
part.
15th.
Oh hey, that leak was real.
Amigo,
Hey!
2, 1, yeah! Move to the beat in a brand new Samba de Amigo game.
Wow.
Grab your Joy-Con controllers
Oh, yeah,
and
now we're
gently
talking.
shake them like maracas to match the targets during a song.
The Joy-Con games are back.
Follow
Yeah!
the instructions on screen to pose and dance.
Oh, hell yeah.
But
That's
the
stick figure.
unexpected might happen, so stay on your toes.
Dude, I love it. It randomly prompts you to
Why
high
not
five.
dance with a friend to predict your compatibility in love?
Oh my god, love check.
Make sure to show up in style.
Is he
too.
okay?
Compete online in World Party. Those with the
Whoa.
lowest scores in each round will be eliminated. Keep the beat and aim for first place. 40 songs are included, spanning a multitude of genres from around the world. So grab those controllers and get shaken when Samba de Amigo Party Central shimmies onto Nintendo Switch this summer.
What a weird, wonderful thing to revive.
Oh, yeah.
Great.
That was a lot.
So silly.
Got a passion
Oh my
for
god.
No way.
Wait.
No way.
Is this style savvy?
Welcome to Fashion Dreamer. This is the place
it's
to
not.
blend
Okay.
it up and
It's the
express
spiritual
yourself.
successor.
Here, you'll aim to become a stylish influencer. And you're in luck. Tons of people
What
are
was that
seeking
word?
the latest trends.
It kind of
Serve
is.
them
This
alike
seems like
if you
style
dig
savvy,
their
even though it's not.
Or suggest new outfits for them to grow as an influencer.
Okay.
Now it's time for fashion design.
I like that jacket.
Choose from over 1,000 design options. Then add a personal touch to give your item a final flourish. You can get the items other people are wearing by liking them.
Really?
Mix and
Seems
match
like a weird
your
system.
favorites to create new looks.
I like your shoes. Ah, why are they on your feet now?
Jeffrey, I like your shirt. It's
You can
mine
expand
now.
your friend circle and grow your brand. Got an eye for fashion? Then get styling when Fashion Dreamer debuts exclusively on Nintendo
Okay, Style Savvy
Switch
was
this
great.
year.
I hope this is also great.
It looks very charming, and I bet the audience out there for it is cool.
Delve into these dark worlds.
Wow.
Dracula's
Transition.
Castle beckons in this new paid DLC for the roguelite action platformer. Dead
Oh, this is
Cells.
awesome.
Venture through the castle's hellish halls and outskirts alongside Richter Belmont and Alucard, leading up to a showdown with Death and Dracula himself. Wield the Vampire Killer and other iconic weapons as you vanquish legions of monsters in frenetic combat. 12 original covers and 51 songs from the Castlevania series accompany you during your quest in Dead Cells. Return to Castlevania, sinking its teeth into Nintendo Switch March 6th. Pre-orders begin today on Nintendo eShop.
That's a very nice
Enter a new
surprise.
grid in this narrative puzzle adventure set within the Tron universe.
Game Wars, I thought.
Uncover dangerous truths and retrieve what was lost as you navigate through a perilous world. Your decisions and the alliances you forge will impact your journey and the entire server. Tron Identity launches first for consoles on Nintendo Switch this April.
All right. Great news
Who's there?
for all the Tron fans out there.
Wait, is that? Well, that can't be good.
Ghost Trick?
The time-bending
Oh, damn!
Wow.
Ghost Trick
Oh!
returns in HD.
You're the
After
detective,
kicking
Brian.
the bucket and becoming a ghost, you can possess and control
You're in the
objects.
game.
With your powers, you can even help others, like this woman, and change
That
any
woman.
ill-fated face.
Oh gosh.
Ghost Trick,
Whoa.
Phantom Detective, Spirits.
See, this
on
game is
Nintendo
basically like
Switch this
Final
summer.
Destination, but you can stop all the murders.
Neat.
Oh, that's a great premise.
Yeah.
Two connected worlds, one suspenseful thriller.
問題ない防災部まだ無茶はダメろ
言っても無駄だし
任せろついに来たなここがポリスセンター
デカシムは刑事訓練用の仮想空間現実がコピーされ
What is going on?
すごいここ本当に仮想空間なの
It's the plot of Free Guy.
この事件のパズルを解き明かすまだ30分も経ってないよそもそもこの事件には最初から違和感がある
We're officially 25% through this direct.
お前だ
Oh God.
No pressure.
Yeah. Everything's good. We're good.
Yeah, no. Look, like what we've seen so far.
ヒゲじじい
No complaints.
宝石強奪未遂で
Intriguing, I would call
It's
it.
intriguing, yes. I like how they're front loading this.
Going very
makes me
fast.
think
Oh, that guy.
it is.
He's not doing well.
カラフル猫ちゃんになってる何が
Carver just turned into a cat.
Great.
変えたんだ
警察のシステムに潜入しプログラムを書き換えたそれって完全に犯罪だぞ
Wait, is this
It's like a
turn-based
detective
battles?
RPG. Is that what I'm?
I'm trying to figure it out. Yeah, there's a lot to unpack.
手段を選んで
I feel like this game could be one of those, like, it's just awesome.
私服を肥やす豚ども
I don't
は
know.
一匹残
I'm
らず
intrigued.
排除する
Wait, that was level 5?
Once upon a time, there was a witch and a demon.
Oh, this is that Bayonetta prequel, right?
Experience Bayonetta's origins as a young witch
coming
named
out,
Cereza.
April?
Seeking the power
in
to
chat will let
rescue
me know
her
that I'm
imprisoned
wrong.
mother, she ventures deep into the Avalon forest ruled by fairies.
I'm going to that forest! I'm going to become a witch and save Mummy.
There, she'll encounter the otherworldly demon Cheshire. You'll control both witch and demon at the same time. Harness Cereza's magic and Cheshire's ferocity to travel through this mysterious and dangerous forest. They'll need to work together in battle as well.
Cheshire, let's go!
Cereza cannot attack and can only support Cheshire by magically binding enemies. Hold an enemy in place while Cheshire attacks, or stop an aggressive one to focus on another. Strategically use each character's abilities to win battles.
Yeah.
That's very Okami.
The duo will gain strength as they continue their journey. By obtaining more powers, new paths can be opened, and battles can be more easily swayed in your favor. Can Cereza and Cheshire find their happily ever after?
Cheshire,
Yes.
let's go!
Spoilers? Come on, dude.
I love
Okay,
when
March
studios
17th.
and franchises just try something completely off.
Yeah.
Like, good for them.
Nintendo eShop.
Have an adventure.
How was that? Next,
Good, thanks.
please take a look at this.
Oh my God, what could it
It could be anything.
No. It could be a boat.
Yeah.
Oh!
All right,
Yeah.
Splatoon. Here we go. Just going to pre-order Zelda.
Where? Oh my God.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Oh.
Goblins.
One.
Introducing the Splatoon 3 Expansion Pass. This paid DLC includes 2 waves of content. The first wave is Inkopolis. Make this splat-tastic place from the original Splatoon game your stomping grounds. This is Booyah Base. It's got some pretty nifty weapons and gear. You might spot a few familiar faces alongside new shopkeepers. Products here are the same as the ones in Splatsville, so shop wherever your vibes are strongest. Salmon Run, Table Turf Battle, The Show, and Amiibo functionality all work in the same way here too.
Nice.
The Squid Sisters will also perform here during Splatfests. Need a mix of old school and freshness? Then head over to Inkopolis. The first wave of this paid DLC launches this spring.
It's just a new hub and that's it.
It mixes the old and the new freshness.
What's this?
What's this?
Splatoon Origins?
The bleached coral reef.
Side order.
Side order.
But what does
Wow.
it mean?
It was like kind of bleak and sad, but also hauntingly beautiful.
Wave 1 Inkopolis launches
There we
this
go.
spring.
I'm in, yeah.
Wave 2 Side Order
Yes.
will launch in the future.
It's like the Quantum Realm.
The Splatoon 3
Splatoon is a
expansion
very
pack
grim
will be
franchise
available
when you
later
read
today
it more.
on Nintendo eShop.
Many people have played Splatoon 3 since its launch. Thank you all very much. We hope players will be able to enjoy the game even more with the upcoming paid expansion pass. Please look forward to more information about Splatoon 3 in the future. Let's see some more Nintendo Switch headlines.
Yes. More.
Okay.
Oh,
yes.
Mickey and friends on Illusion Island.
Oh, I love the
Mickey
animation on this.
Minnie Mouse.
Yep.
They showed it
Donald
at D23
and
last
Goofy.
year.
Embark on a new adventure to find 3 magical books and save the mysterious
Yeah,
island
this is like
of
that
Monoth.
co-op game.
Yeah.
Run,
I think this looks really fun, actually.
jump,
Oh, look at this.
and swing to explore every nook and cranny of the island.
Oh man. On a recent episode, we were talking about like
unlocking special
Rayman
abilities,
Legends, and I'm
you
getting
can reach
a
new
little bit
places
of
Yeah.
and find secret areas.
Yeah, I'm definitely getting
Cross
Rayman
large
Origins Legends
chasms
vibes
with
from this.
boost
This is
jump.
good.
Ground
Yes.
pound barriers
Those are
to open new
fantastic
spaces. And glide through the air to reach distant platforms.
Is he
and
flying on a
hidden
mustard
areas.
bottle? That's
Yep.
great.
Mustard ball confirmed.
I love
Through
that.
interactions.
Thank you.
This is
Up
huge.
to 4 pals locally can brave the island. Share a hug for extra health.
Oh, that's darling.
Play
Come
leapfrog
on.
for larger jumps. Or drop a rope to lend a hand. Work together to save Monoth, and you might discover new paths. While exploring the island, you'll meet unusual allies and dangerous foes. Study their movements carefully to figure out the secrets to victory. Join Mickey and friends on a high-flying adventure in Disney Illusion Island, swinging onto Nintendo Switch July 28th.
Nice.
All right.
Pre-orders begin today on Nintendo eShop.
We're starting to build out a good release calendar here.
Yup.
More emblems are on the way.
More
New
emblems?
emblems
It just says it straight up.
Waves of the Fire Emblem Engage Expansion Pass
That looks an
DLC.
awful lot like the World of
Wave
Warcraft.
2 includes Hector, Emblem of Strength. Raise
Hector.
defense and unleash counterattacks.
There is only one person who can make
Soren, Emblem of Acumen.
Yes.
Cast
Finally,
magic
the Emblem
spells
of
over a
Acumen.
wide area.
What? Is battle?
Camilla, Emblem of Revelation. Modify the terrain to hinder enemies. Wave 3 includes Crom and Robin, Emblem of Bonds. Overwhelm foes with sword and magic attacks.
I wonder if you can hug anybody in this game for more health.
Emblem of Heroes. Summon additional allies to fight for your cause. Challenge newly added missions to recruit these new emblems. And in Wave 4, a new story called Belxenologue will be unlocked.
Whoa. Belzy.
Thank you for answering our prayers.
Who is it that's putting your world in danger now?
Watch out! Assassin!
Wave 2 of the Fire Emblem Engage expansion pass for the Fire Emblem Engage game launches on the Nintendo Switch
damn.
system later today.
So they're dropping Splatoon and Fire Emblem expansions
Take
today?
control of
Busy
your
day.
destiny.
Busy day.
This is Reverie.
Oh, is Splatoon
a
available
world
today?
in which
This is
deities
Don't
known as
Nod.
aspirations dwell. When a megacorp endangers the harmony between Reverie and our world, the future of humanity hangs in the balance. In this narrative adventure, harness your divine gift of clairvoyance to travel between worlds. See the future and decide humanity's
Formerly
fate.
the Life is Strange people,
Many
right?
branching story paths, along with a riveting soundtrack by Celeste
I really
composer
like how
Lena
everyone's
Rain,
sort of just
set the
leaning into
stage for your
stylish
journey.
choices, knowing that the
Eventually,
Switch
you'll
is
side
a
with
little
one of
bit
the six
long in the tooth
aspirations
hardware-wise.
like Bond, power, or chaos to change the story's outcome. To which destiny do you aspire? Harmony: The Fall of Reverie launches first for consoles on Nintendo Switch this June. These games will have you rolling.
Okay. All right.
Octopath Traveler 2 is just around the corner.
Yes, it is.
After today's Nintendo Direct, a demo containing the game's opening hours will be available on Nintendo eShop.
Yes.
8 new stories await. Which path will you take first? Who will your allies be? And where will your journey lead you? Venture through a brand new world in Octopath Traveler 2,
I
launching on
loved
Nintendo
the first
Switch
one
February
That
24th.
H2D. Ugh.
Keep it rolling.
Oh,
Run
damn.
around and collect
Oh,
bundles of
baby.
objects in this remaster of We Love
Yes,
Katamari.
I love Katamari so much. We do love Katamari. So that's perfect.
Roll in a classroom, a zoo, and space? New features include playing as the young king of all cosmos in 5 new challenges. And taking photos with a selfie camera.
Aww.
We Love Katamari Reroll plus Royal Reverie comes to Nintendo Switch June 2nd. In addition, active Nintendo Switch Online members can play a free game trial of Katamari Damacy Reroll. Combine the powers of the sun and moon to fend
yeah,
off
this looks
evil
good.
in this turn-based RPG. Freely traverse
really
a
looking
breathtaking
forward to
world.
this game.
Meet
Same.
characters from all walks of life and devastate foes with timed attacks in battle.
Animations.
Complement your journey with enchanting melodies and retro-inspired tunes from the renowned Yasunori Mitsuda, a guest composer for the game. Sea of Stars sails onto Nintendo Switch August 29th. A free
What a
demo
summer.
will launch later today on Nintendo eShop.
Demo.
Duke it out in this free-to-play online multiplayer showdown. Form 2 teams of 3 and challenge others to lightning-fast battles, air hockey style. Use each
Air
striker's
hockey
skills
style.
to dominate each match. Change the course trajectory from afar. Block areas to gain the advantage. Or knock opponents out of the arena with explosive moves. Omega Strikers slides onto Nintendo Switch April 27th. Pre-orders for this free-to-play game begin today on Nintendo eShop.
How do you pre-order a free-to-play game?
Back into the
I
sprawling
don't.
labyrinth.
I don't know.
A collection of the first 3
Oh!
Ultra Odyssey games
awesome.
is coming to Nintendo Switch, remastered in HD. Many treasures lie deep within a massive labyrinth. Its paths are intertwined, and vicious monsters
I
lurk
never
in
played
the
these, and
shadows.
everyone said I would like them.
A blank map is your only
Really
guide.
difficult, but they're really good.
By drawing the map as you
Must be
explore,
such like a
you can
help.
progress even further. Venture into the labyrinth with 5 adventurers. As the guild leader, you'll assign them roles like the ally defending protector or the ultra-fast dark hunter. But be warned, every adventure is fraught with danger. Should you fall in battle, you can change your team and learn new skills to strengthen your party before challenging the labyrinth again. 24 newly drawn character illustrations are included. Plus, take advantage of new difficulty options and a new auto-mapping function for smoother exploration. Etrian Odyssey Origins Collection launches on Nintendo Switch June 1st. Each game in the collection will also be available separately on Nintendo eShop. Pre-orders begin today on Nintendo eShop.
Bringing back a lot of good oldies.
Yes.
Get your
There it
tactical
is.
skills
Oh!
ready.
There it is.
Advance Wars.
Calling all strategy fans. The Advance Wars 1+2
Finally.
Reboot Camp game is only a couple of months away. Join
Months?
Max, Sammy, and
What?
in 2 full story campaigns.
They
each
made it
one
up.
Game's
filled with
done.
colorful
The game's
turn-based
done.
Tactical action.
Someone already got it and played through it
Flex
all.
your strategic muscles across a multitude of modes. Design your own maps and share them with friends. Plus, go head-to-head in local and online play. Advance Wars 1+2 Reboot Camp comes to Nintendo Switch April 21st.
There it is.
Pre-orders
No
begin
game-
today on
No
Nintendo
gameplay in that
eShop.
trailer.
Nope.
We've
Weird.
seen.
A muscly man
Yeah.
did punch a bag, though, into the sky.
A new story will unfold in the Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe game.
Oh.
Magolor, the interdimensional traveler from the main adventure, has lost his powers and must escape the realm between dimensions.
Oh. It's like bonus content.
All he can do now is a basic attack and jump.
He's so sad.
To regain Magolor's powers, you'll need to collect magic points by defeating enemies. With magic points,
this
different
Kirby
abilities
Metroid?
can be restored and enhanced. Improve Magolor's levitation, or increase his attack range. The order in which you restore his powers is up to you. There are over 20 interdimensional stages to explore. Up to 4 players on the same system can venture through this mysterious realm together. Can Magolor restore his powers and safely return to his world? You can access access this new epilogue after clearing story mode.
That just made
As
me
a
like
reminder.
100% more interested in this Kirby game.
Yeah.
After today's
Kirby seems
I want to let
like
everybody
he's
who's watching
demos
right now
of
know that
Nintendo
we are going
Nintendo
to be.
Wii Shop.
I'm sorry, bro.
Magalore's down in the pits down
Up
there.
to 4
Kirby's up here
players can
like
play a
just,
specially
just
arranged demo
eating
with
apples.
Kirby.
Kirby's
Returning
Return to
into
Dreamland
stuff.
Deluxe launches on the Nintendo Switch system February 24th. Pre-orders are
Awesome.
available now on Nintendo Wii Shop.
We hope you're looking forward to the new story in Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe. Next, here's some news about Nintendo Switch Online. Please take a look at this.
Oh my god.
Here we go.
64, come on. Come on.
Super Mario RPG. Give it to us.
DK.
Oh, Game Boy!
Oh, here we go.
Yes. Okay.
Game
Wow,
Boy games
man.
are being added to Nintendo
That's
Switch
awesome.
Online.
Good days, good days.
On Nintendo Switch,
Oh, my
you can
beautiful
play these
boy.
games anytime, anywhere, just like you could back in the day. Let's introduce the games that will be available at launch.
Oh my god.
Tetris. Arrange the falling tetraminos and aim for a high score.
The description.
Super Mario Land 2.
I'm glad they let me know. I didn't know what
Reclaim
the
the
game was all
castle that
about.
Wario stole from you.
Oh, nice.
I can't believe you.
The Legend of
it's
Zelda,
Still in the puke
Link's
green
Awakening
colors.
DX. Awaken the Wind
Yeah, are they
Fist
gonna
to
turn off
escape
the backlight
convoluted
on the Switch to make it
also
realistic?
Link's Awakening.
Gargoyle's Quest.
Oh,
Save
Wow.
the Dream Realm as
That's kind of a
Spyro
deep
from
cut.
Ghosts and Goblins
Gargoyle
series.
Hive Rise Up.
Game & Watch Gallery 3. Playing assortment of
Yeah.
Game & Watch titles.
That's
All right.
it. That's the Nintendo move right there.
Alone in the Dark. The New Nightmare.
Oh, it's so
Solve a murder
random.
mystery
What?
on
Yeah,
the
that's completely
supernatural
random.
Shadow Island.
Boy
Metroid 2.
Color.
Return to
Ooh,
Sans.
there's your Metroid, everybody. We're done.
Oh, there it is.
388.
It's not what I meant.
We can all go home.
Mario Land 3.
Wario
I love Wario Land.
Yes!
Interactions.
Wow. These sounds bring me back.
Kirby's Dream Land.
Kirby.
Float, inhale, and spit out enemies in Kirby's debut title. You can use the Game Boy, Game Boy Pocket,
There we go.
or Game Boy Color screen
Oh,
filter.
nice.
Oh,
Up to
very
2
cool.
players can play compatible games together locally or
Love
online.
Oh, that's really cool.
That's
because
cool.
I never knew anybody
More
who
games
had
will be
the
added
link.
in the
Pokemon
future.
trading card game.
Oh, Oracle Seasons and Ages.
Ooh,
Nice.
ooh.
And
Oh, wow.
Okay, that's a really good surprise.
Stoked.
Oh, Game Boy Advance!
No!
Oh my god, Red,
God.
Don't do this to me!
What if?
Come on, Sonic Advance!
Finish Cap,
Advanced
finally!
games are being added to
What?
Nintendo Switch
Oh my
Online
God.
expansion.
Why?
Here are
No
the games
way.
You can play at launch. Super
God.
Mario Advance 4.
Oh
Super
my-
Mario Brothers 3.
God.
The longest
38
title.
extra levels
Destroy
from
me.
the Nintendo e-reader accessory. WarioWare Inc. Mega Micro
Oh my
Game
God,
Park.
WarioWare,
The
yes!
Wario
Origins
Land
of
4.
Lightning
Come on,
Fast
Wario
micro
Land
games.
4. Come on.
Oh my God.
Kuru Kururin. Guide the spinning stick to the goal without hitting obstacles.
Of course.
Mario Kart Super
Yeah!
Circuit.
Wow.
Racing the first Mario
Throwback.
Kart.
My
game
first
created
Mario
for a
Kart
portable
game.
system. Mario and Luigi Superstar.
Oh,
Good? Good?
Adventure through
Yes.
a zany world
Good?
And fight with equally zany
Got
God.
my
attacks.
fingers crossed for.
For Sonic Advance.
The Legend of Zelda.
Yes, of
The
course.
Minish
There you
Cap.
go.
Finish Cap.
Shrink to
Yeah.
miniature size.
Oh my
and
God, I
dive
love this
into a
game.
big adventure.
It's so good.
Minish Cap
Local
is
and
now
online
back
play is supported
in
for
the
compatible
world.
games.
Dude,
And up to 4
yes,
players can play
yes.
Oh my God.
That is wonderful.
More
Fire
games will
Emblem
be added to this
F-Zero.
library as well.
Oh, there it is!
Oh my God.
I did it!
I Game Boy titles with the Nintendo Switch
manifested
Online
it.
membership.
I got it!
Or play both Game Boy and Game Boy
wow.
Advance titles with the Nintendo Switch Online Plus expansion pack
Okay.
Dude,
membership.
yeah, like, man. Woo. Hey.
Wake up, man!
Select Game Boy titles
You don't need that thing anymore.
will be playable
No way.
on Nintendo Switch.
You do that. That's so
And
sweet.
after today's Nintendo Direct, you'll be able to play the Game Boy and Game Boy Advance titles we have.
Oh my God!
Yes.
Clearing my schedule and beating Golden Sun again.
Didn't do anything
About
today.
Nintendo Switch
There's too
Online
many things
and
to do
Nintendo
now.
Switch Online.
Oh
Plus
my God.
expansion
We're gonna
packs.
play
the best
Minish
news.
Cap.
That's so cool.
Let's see a few more headlines.
That's amazing. Like,
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
The original Metroid Prime.
What?
is remastered
There you
on
go.
Nintendo
Finally.
Switch.
Oh,
we can all stop with this.
It's
This
time.
is the best
it's
5
time.
minutes of my life.
Dude, and we still have like 10 more minutes. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is like literally my favorite game.
Oh my god.
This has been a rumor for so long. I cannot
So
believe we're actually gonna
long.
get this.
I'm so glad we don't have to hear about it anymore.
I've
We
seen
can just play it.
so many fake box arts.
Oh, dude. Dude.
Oh wow.
I am so hyped right now.
We were just watching this footage that Red showed us.
Yes.
Oh wow.
Monkey Paw coming 2025. I am fine. Everyone said trilogy. I don't care.
It's just the first
Prime
game for
is
now.
fine.
That's
Fine.
okay.
Yeah.
The first
Okay.
Metroid Prime game, originally
myself on
released
my-
on the Nintendo GameCube system, has been remastered for Nintendo Switch. Explore Talon 4 from the perspective of Samus Aran. But beware, there's more to this alien planet than meets the eye.
Looks so good.
Advisors are the key to your adventure. They'll help you discover info and clues
You
on
must
how
see.
to progress. Depending on the situation, a certain visor may be required.
You don't have to tell me. I know.
Hostile creatures attack. Keep them in your sights with a lock.
Children don't know Seth. We have
It's
to
true.
So
explain
many people are
it.
gonna get to play this for the first time.
Yeah.
Good for children.
Rules.
Bumps.
Nintendo said you don't need your Game Boy anymore. You don't need your GameCube anymore.
Throw away all the old
This
systems.
remaster adds
Your
new
junk.
stick controls, allowing you to
Oh,
move
interesting.
around while separately changing your point of view. You can also select a control style that recreates the feel of the original game, among
Probably not
other
gonna do that.
control
But I
options.
appreciate that it's in there.
Explore Talon 4 with your
This
preferred
game.
play style.
Oh my god.
The digital version of Metroid Prime Remastered
They say today,
launches
I'm gonna
on Nintendo eShop later today.
There it
The digital version of the game will be available in stores.
Oh my god.
Wow!
Oh my god.
Stacked!
I
So-
can't believe that.
Wow.
Stuff to play today.
It's available.
Put your
Oh my
master
god.
detectives
Okay, everyone calm down for a minute.
This is the World Detective Organization.
It's fine.
Tough
Seth
act to
is-
follow.
Seth is having a heart attack.
Detective
Yeah, it's a
and
good time to
Shinigami,
remind everybody
the
that we're going to be
spirit haunting
reacting
him,
to
Yes.
this
will solve the
after
strange
the direct.
incidents
We're going to be
within
doing a
Kanai
show where
Ward,
we talk about
a
it and
city
unpack
ruthlessly
things.
controlled by Amaterasu Corporation.
Woo! Man, I just did a Ric
You'll
Flair.
investigate
Oh, man.
these incidents alongside master
The Nintendo
detectives
servers
of
are
the
going to
organization.
explode tonight.
They're going
I know.
to
Oh,
Has
explode.
a
Yeah.
supernatural ability that can prove useful during investigations. Mimic
still have
body
6 minutes
types and
left,
voices
so-
with
I know.
disguise.
Perfect time
Detect
for
heartbeats and whispers
Wind
with
Waker.
audio aptitude.
Yeah, they haven't done any Zelda yet, aside
And
from Minish
witness
Cap.
past
Dude,
Very
if they do
happy
Wind
about
Waker
with
and
close
Prime
cognition.
Remastered, forget about it.
These abilities can be
I always get
shared with
nervous
don't
when
need
they're
new
like,
games.
"This is our last
This
trailer
is
for the direct." I'm like, "Wait."
So use
I
them
know.
to get closer to cracking a case.
They haven't done a wait one more
After
thing kind of
collecting enough
surprise in a long
evidence,
time, I
a
feel like.
mystery labyrinth will appear.
Post credits Nintendo Direct scene.
Spot the inconsistencies and uncover the truth. Master Detective Archives Rain Code launches
Right.
on Nintendo
Yeah.
Switch June
Okay.
30th.
Heart is racing.
Oh my god, it's real!
Wings of the Heart. It's
real! Oh my god! Kratos!
A remastered
Oh,
collection
I'm
of
gonna
games originally released on the
It's
Nintendo
real!
GameCube
I can't believe they did
is
that!
coming to Nintendo
Score
Switch.
one for the Batten Heads.
After a long
Did it. You guys
on
did
the
it.
floating islands above Earth, the Empire's conspiracy looms closer. As spirits dwelling within the protagonists, you'll stand up to the Empire across two different eras of war.
This has been like a great day for people whose like best
During
days
your
were
travels,
decades
you
ago.
visit
We're like
areas
GBA and GameCube, yeah.
with like-minded allies.
I cannot believe we're going to get Minish Cap.
I know.
Battles
It's
are
so
fought
cool.
using cards called
I'm gonna
magnets.
text my brother on my Motorola Razr.
Power is determined by the attributes and combinations of your cards, which are randomly dealt from the deck.
Last time I played
In
Minish
these
Cap was in
real-time
band camp.
battles, you'll need to make split-second decisions.
Gotta meet
to
up with my
edge
middle school
closer
friends
to
again.
Victory. What revelations will
Music.
come
This
to
is
light
so
in the
crazy.
Jeffrey, we're
skies
sending you
above
back there today
and
to
the
celebrate.
lands below?
I'm going back to Georgia.
Rotten Kaidos 1 and 2
What a
HD
summer.
remastered.
That is
What a summer we are going to have.
This summer.
bonkers.
Wow, I cannot believe they did that.
Dive
I'm
into your
sorry, we're
nice.
getting fantasy Hello?
Oh my god.
I'm so happy.
Life you want in a new fantasy life game.
I gotta say, like, I didn't expect for it to go this way.
No.
But like, it's been wonderful.
Yeah.
Fantasy life rules.
Mysterious girl. Then travel between past and present to make the island your own.
Oh no, Tom Nook is yelling at me.
Cook, blacksmith,
Get the hell out of that fish.
paladin, magician, and more. Take on different roles to develop the island. How will you rebuild? This life is yours to live. After 1,000 years, the restoration is about to begin. Fantasy Life on, the girl who steals time.
Great.
Here we go. Or not.
Or not.
My heart to slow down.
Oh,
Professor
it's
Layton?
Professor Layton.
Where did level 5 come from? Are they back? Wow.
Wow.
Whoa.
Professor
Little-
Layton
little
and the missing Zelda
taste?
trailer.
Oh, here we go.
All right, all right.
Ooh, Yoshi's Island.
A brand new course is zooming into Wave
Oh my god,
4
that's the
of
go-kart I
Mario
used.
Kart 8 Deluxe Booster Course Pass DLC.
They played this music at the Super Nintendo World in Hollywood.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they played there.
Mario Kart Double Dash
Yo,
is also
Birdo!
being added
Yo.
to Wave 4.
Double dash.
Whoa.
Best one.
Whoa,
that
Double
rules.
Dash.
Multiple
Never-
colors of Birdo.
Never thought I'd see Double Dash.
New characters. That's pretty awesome.
Wave
I've been
4
checking
of
out
the
all of
Mario
these
Kart 8
booster
Deluxe
courses, and they've been
Booster
so
Course
fun.
Pass DLC
awesome,
for the
yeah.
Mario Kart 8 Deluxe game races onto the Nintendo Switch system this spring.
Oh, I
Active
want to see the
Nintendo
other
Switch
levels.
Online Plus expansion pack members can enjoy this DLC at no additional cost. The DLC can also be purchased on its own.
Okay, we're doing a little rundown.
Here we go, montage.
Yep.
Lock looks really good. Whoa!
50
So many
Mega
Mega
Man
Mans.
games. Oh, wow.
Baseball Pros available later today. Ooh.
Thank you for staying with us so far. This will be our last segment. Please take a look.
Come
Oh my
on.
god.
Okay.
Last one.
It's like Zelda or Metroid. Zelda or Metroid. Zelda.
Zelda.
Oh. Oh, God. Yes.
Ooh, that's new.
Looks so foreboding and dismal.
Right. Rise, my servants. Sweep over Hyrule. Eliminate this kingdom and her allies. Leave no survivors.
But Link, I am not sure you'll be able to stop him.
What?
Oh.
What? Going mudding, man. Yes, and it flies too.
Oh my god.
Okay, we gotta run that audio backwards.
Yep.
Please, lend him your power.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
That was The Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom, the latest entry in the Legend of Zelda series. In addition to the standard version, a collector's
Oh, here we
edition of the
go!
game contains
Collector's
various
edition!
games will release on launch day. A new amiibo figure of Link
Oh,
from
new amiibo!
will also be available on the same day. We hope you're looking forward to Link's latest grand adventure. That's all for today's Nintendo Direct. Thank you for watching.
Oh, the music.
Oh man.
It gets me every time, that melody.
All right.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Oh
Okay.
my god.
So
Okay.
I'm down.
let's unpack that Tears of the Kingdom trailer. Reb, you seem like you're pretty much like the most excited person here, and that is saying a lot because we're all quite hyped about it. What are you loving about what we just saw about Tears of the Kingdom?
Did you see Link? He was driving a car.
I know.
I love. I say this like happily. I love that I still have no idea what this game is about.
Right.
Right.
Not a freaking clue. Like someone's gonna make a lore video in the next 10 minutes and put it all up there with a bunch of theories, and it's gonna be completely wrong, and it's gonna be great. Like something about the blood moon, and that music is still there,
Yeah.
and he's like lifting stuff and throwing it. He's driving a car and flying through the sky. I just want to be in this again. I love Breath of the Wild so much.
That beast on the bridge covered in fire is really awesome. I think that like the thing that strikes me immediately about this, aside from just the darker tone and aesthetic, is the overhaul that all the enemies have. Like they all seem stronger, smarter, they have cooler armor, they are more dynamic in the way they interact with the world. They can grab on the, paragliders and go flying around and stuff like that. Like I'm playing Breath of the Wild right now, and a lot of this armor that these characters are wearing is different now. It's more robust, it's strengthened. I love it. Like everything just feels more alive this time around.
Yeah. Jeffrey, what are your thoughts? Where you at?
Yeah, it's very. I'm thinking of like Ocarina of Time and the Majora's Mask.
Yeah.
And it's like Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. Like it feels very like almost scary for like a Zelda game. Like when we cut to like the really like beautiful day, I'm flying through the skies, and then at nighttime I'm like, oh wait, I'm afraid. Well, it's already scary to be outside at night in a Zelda game because that's when all the monsters rise from the dead. But it sounds like that's the whole vibe of this game, and I'm very excited for that.
It's actually true of real life too. The monsters come out at night. By the way, this is Nintendo Voice Chat. We are talking about the Tears of the Kingdom new trailer where Link drives a tractor through a big field that turns into a hovercraft. Brian, how you feeling?
I mean, I started tearing up at the end, right? Like just like the title. There's also like there's some audio that was playing that feels like it needs to be reversed and to reveal some secrets. But it seems like they did a bunch of they've kind of legalized a bunch of the weird stuff that people were doing in the last game. Like people were like, how do I make a car using, magnesis and barrels and like an old shopping cart? And in this game, they're like, oh, just give you a car. Like they gave you a motorcycle last time around. So it's super cool to just see them bring in all this powerful new stuff and all these new toys to play with. Like that's ultimately what these Zelda games are about, is just about just the playfulness of getting out in the world and treating it like a big sandbox. And I feel like they're just giving us more and more tools to mess with here.
Yeah, I'm kind of almost speechless because it so far. Now, granted, we didn't get a whole lot, but we got more than we've seen before. It looks like what I was hoping it would be. Like it's darker, it's gloomier. They're like the stakes seem higher. There's a section of this trailer where he's standing on what looks like a guardian because the tentacles sort of come up, and it makes me wonder: is this the prequel? Is this what happened 100 years before Calamity Ganon, or is this like where do you think this is on the timeline?
Oh. I don't think it's the 100 years before, because we saw that in the Hyrule Warriors game.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. Right.
We know what that world looks like, but I do think it's possible it is I think it like very likely that it's post Breath of the Wild, like it is a sequential sequel in that sense, just because of how Zelda looks. But I also think it's possible, like one of the theories floating around is that there's some time traveling shenanigans going on, given the different looks that we've seen Link have in the trailers, and the way like Ganon is positioned kind of in the bits that we've seen. But who can say?
Right.
I did recognize, I think, some of the locations in the trailer.
Yes, some of them look familiar.
The town looked.
There's sort of like the layers theory here, where there's just, like there's that sub layer where things are really bad, and then you could go up into the sky where it's almost Skyward Swordish. It's a little nicer. It's tough to say exactly just yet, but it feels like there's going to be a couple of like almost parallel, not necessarily dimensions, but just like regions that are stacked on top of each other. And so I'm wondering how all that's going to work. But man, it's so good looking, and like I know we've had all these worries about, the Switch Pro and how this thing's going to run and stuff like that. I mean, it feels like they're pulling it off so far. There's obviously going to be some sections where you go into a busy forest and it slows down to 20 frames per second. But right now, I'm pretty happy about how this thing looks.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you there. It looks better than I remember when they showed the first Breath of the Wild trailer, and we're like, well, there's no way that is like running on current hardware, and it turns out that it wasn't. But yeah, it looked better than we thought the Switch was capable of doing, and I'm pretty stoked about that. Reb, how do you feel about the look aesthetically? Where are you at?
Oh, I am super happy with it. I mean, it just looks like what Breath of the Wild looked like, only like spruced up a little bit, perhaps because they've had even more time working with this technology and working with this hardware. I was never in the camp that we needed a new Switch for this. I fully think my prediction is that we just carry on until the next generation without anything new, which, by the way, I should have made you do something for losing that bet set.
Oh well.
But that said, like the developers that have worked on this have been working with this hardware like so intensely for so long. They know how to make it sing. And so Brian's right. I mean, we're gonna go into a forest. There's gonna be some little goofy stuff, but I am confident that I am not going to be thinking about that remotely while I'm playing this.
That voice we're hearing, that new villain, like we still don't know much about the conflict here.
Right.
So all of it is incredibly intriguing. I just cannot wait for this game. I really like what they're doing with the art direction this time around. It's just it's just like Jeffrey said, it's just like a little bit darker, a little bit more sinister. That new enemy right there that was just like made of giant mechanical cinder blocks. I'm so into that.
Yeah. Jeffrey, do you have your credit card out? Will you be pre-ordering one of the special editions?
I'm not gonna lie, I may have a tab open at Best Buy and Target. Shout out to big box retailers. Shout out to capitalism and corporations. I'm nervous because it's funny. I'm glad that it's gonna we're gonna play this on our 6-year-old Switch consoles.
Right.
But they obviously. I mean, I don't think they would have ever said what the price would be, but I'm going to be very curious when they're going to be like, all right, pre-order's alive and it's $70 and we're not going to explain it because we're Nintendo. I have to get that collector's edition. Just looking it up again, it comes with a steel book. It comes with like a booklet, like a poster or a map, some sort of pin set. Not sure the details of it set, but I definitely need that collector's edition for sure.
Yeah, Jeffrey, there was those leaks yesterday of online listings saying that this game was going to be $70. They didn't mention anything like that on the stream today. And I wonder if that's just because we're all really excited right now and they could put that out and none of us will be mad anymore. We'll just go oh yeah, I got to have it. So There was no like they didn't undercut this awesome trailer with like something that was immediately going to punch our wallets and make us sad. So
yeah, there was like a brief moment during the Game Boy Advance reveal, which we'll talk about later, where I was like, all right, you'll need the triple expansion pass for this one. I'm like, no, but we don't need that. We're good. We're all good.
I think it will be $70. It's probably dropped already and we just can't see it because we're on this show. But I wouldn't be. It's probably gonna be $70, and I think people will complain for like 5 seconds on Twitter and then forget about it because every game is $70 now, guys. I mean, this is just the world we live in. It sucks, but I do not think people are going to blink too hard.
Eggs are $70 now.
Eggs are $70.
They have anti-shoplifting tags.
Tears of the Kingdom, or you could buy 1 egg.
No replay value.
Which do you want?
No. And the collector market is awful for eggs, but unless they're Fabergé. So that comes out May 12th. That is less than 3 months away from now. But today, we could, when we're all done, which is what I'm immediately going to do, we can go get Metroid Prime Remastered, which is probably actually like hit me harder than like as much as Tears of the Kingdom. I was looking forward to it because I did not think, because how long has it been? Have we've been hearing people say this is ready? Nintendo's just holding on to it.
It was bordering on parody and running joke to the point where we're like, there's no way this will be real. We've like summoning circled this thing 100 directs in a row now. It never shows up. And it just felt like one of those things that seemed so obvious. There were rumors around this thing that it was done in development and basically just sitting in a refrigerator at Nintendo for 5-6 years now. So it was just surreal to see this. Now, it's not the full trilogy, which, Nintendo has done interesting stuff with the way they like kind of parse out their vintage collection stuff. If you look at like the Super Mario 3D All-Stars collection, it had all the 3D games up until Galaxy 1. They skipped Galaxy 2. Like the Zelda games, Skyward Sword, they put out on its own. We still don't have Wind Waker or Twilight Princess. So Metroid Prime, I'm hoping they get to the full trilogy eventually. But at the very least, for now, it's awesome to know that the first game is remastered and available on Switch as of today.
Yeah, I'm excited. Reb, will you be downloading this game after we finish today, or any of the games really? But we're talking about this one now.
Probably not. I'm not a big Metroid person. I'm sorry.
What?
I know that's a sin here. That said, like when this came out, I wasn't like playing games socially really. I was just playing them like very solo. And now I have, I live with my partner who really is into Metroid and who I suspect is downstairs downloading this right now. And so I imagine he will play it. And I imagine now we get to watch him play it. And I'm really excited to be exposed to it passively and to just see what all the fuss is about. And maybe if I'm intrigued enough by watching him play it, maybe I'll pick it up at some point too. I'm glad the option is there, and it's really cool to get to see so many games in this direct came from other eras, whether that's the old GBA stuff or the GameCube stuff or whatever. It's really exciting to see a lot of new life breathed into things that people have loved for a long time.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got modern controls, or you can do the bad controls that are hard to go back to. But Jeffrey, will you be playing with modern controls or old classic?
So
Wavebird out.
This will actually be my first time playing Metroid Prime as well, because I only played the Metroid Primes on Game Boy Advance and like
session.
The SNES. No, I know. I was honestly, when it was the GameCube era, I was too busy playing Super Mario Sunshine and Pokemon Coliseum.
Correct.
So I'm very excited to try this. I'm sad the physical version isn't until like later this month, because like I want to just play it now, so I'll probably just get it now. But I'm very curious, how are the original controls? Because it's funny in the direct, they're like, you use the left stick to move and the right stick for camera, and I bet all the kids are like, that's how every game is. But how did they work before?
I don't remember exactly how
like
it worked.
that.
Not like that.
Like most GameCube games, they worked in favor of the controller itself. Like it seemed fine at the time, and the game was built around it. But modern controls are going to change this. Like I jumped into GoldenEye on Xbox recently, and with dual stick controls, it just feels way better and slightly easier. So I hope they account for that here too.
Yeah. Man, I am probably going to double dip. I think I'm going to buy this tonight and then buy the physical edition, because I just love physical editions of games. That's exactly how they get me. That's why they can charge $70 for something. But I don't know how much this is going to cost. All I know is that I'm getting it. I'm so excited. It's like a complete surprise. Like I didn't think we were ever going to actually see this. It's a little bit of a blow that they didn't like you're saying, Brian, like they didn't release the other two. And based off of like the 3D collection, like you're saying, they probably never will. But hey, I'm fine. This is a lot of game. And honestly, what would happen if they gave us all 3, is I would play the first one, and then I just would be like, ooh, I'm all Metroided out.
The third one is really good too, so I do hope they get there eventually.
know.
2 is pretty good. It's
2's okay.
Yeah.
It's hard. It's way harder than the first one.
But I think they're gonna get you're gonna get people less excited when they drop 2 as a trailer during the direct. Like this is so I think it like packaging the 3 of them together would have been the smart play, but like, you know, we have multiple people on the show who are gonna buy this today and possibly double dip, so that's why I don't do finances for Nintendo.
There's there's no possibility. It's a for sure thing. I'm just a big dumb sucker. But yeah, so those are our thoughts on the incredible Zelda trailer and the Metroid Prime remaster, which to me kind of stole the show a little bit. But yeah, I mean, I think it might have for me personally. I mean, that's up for debate if you want to debate me.
I'll do that.
The final like 10 minutes was basically just hit after hit of really incredible stuff, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, well, we're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we're going to be talking about the Game Boy announce, which we weren't expecting, Pikmin 4, which started the show, the Splatoon 3, and then there's a ton more right here on our Nintendo Voice Chat Aftershow. Thank you for joining us, Super Nintendos. We love you all very, very much.
We'll be right back.
The holidays are behind us and summer seems so far away, but don't worry because IGN has just the thing to make February a little more fun. FanFest. IGN's massive celebration of video games, entertainment, and you, the fans. Here we go. 2 whole days jam-packed with tons of brand new trailers, exclusive first looks, and tons more. We're getting up close and personal with the biggest names, like the stars of HBO's The Last of Us, John Wick Chapter 4, Shazam, Fury of the Gods, and Dungeons & Dragons Honor Among Thieves. I'll go last. Plus, we'll be seeing the biggest games as well, with exclusive looks at Redfall, Diablo 4, and Star Wars Jedi Survivor, just to name a few. And just to sweeten the deal, we'll be giving away some games too. IGN FanFest is the biggest event of the year so far, and it's the best way to get an inside look at your most anticipated games, movies, and shows, so mark your calendars, you won't want to miss a second.
Time to tax in battle. Complement your journey with enchanting melodies and retro-inspired tunes from the
IGN Playlist is all of your games in one place. You can build your library and discover new games. Create and follow playlists from friends. Access guides for what you're playing. And rate and rank the games you love to share with the world. Available free with your IGN account. It's for players, no matter where you play.
The only thing better than listening to IGN podcasts is watching them. Luckily, all your favorite weekly shows are here on IGN. Whether you're chasing the latest Xbox releases with Unlocked, looking for your PlayStation fix with Beyond, tracking everything coming to Switch with Nintendo Voice Chat, or catching up on this week's gaming news with GameScoop, we've got you covered.
Check it out.
Tune in every weekday for the best gaming coverage right here on IGN.
Oh, hey there, Super Nintendos. This is a special edition of NVC. We just got finished watching the highly anticipated Nintendo Direct. We're already talked about Zelda. We talked about Metroid Prime, but there was another old-timey star of this Direct. Actually, 2, if you want to get technical about it. Actually, there was like more than a few. This was, I think, if you're 30 years old, this was like Christmas for you because all the games you loved as a child are back. So I'm talking about, of course, the Game Boy games, Game Boy Advance games coming to Switch. Let's start with the fact that they are bringing these classic handheld consoles to the Switch. Jeffrey, I heard you ask if they'll turn off the backlight to fully replicate the Game Boy experience. My question is, why do you hate the Nintendo Game Boy?
Wow. Kind of put it on the hot seat.
You're on the
here.
record, by the way.
Yes, that is true. This is sort of this is on me. Yeah, no, I mean I have so many memories of playing my Game Boy Advance just in the car in the back seat and using the street lights to sort of light the screen. Never got a Game Boy Advance SP, which of course has the backlight built in. So imagine my joy and excitement to see all these green games that I can play on my Nintendo Switch. Yeah, the Game Boy, the fact that you could even play it in different colors, like it was like Game Boy Color, Game Boy Regular, Game Boy, like, you know, it's just like, yeah, like all these like kind of very fun, like it's just like the quality of life that we always hope for when they make remasters. And God, I'm so excited.
Oh yeah. Who's not excited for Alone in the Dark, the new Nightmare, Brian?
I was about to say a very eclectic library here. I mean, there's a bunch of classics, and then there's a bunch of stuff that like Nintendo definitely called every company and was like, "Are you in? Are you coming to this party?" And like a lot of people didn't call back, but then some did. But I think what's awesome about this, just in general, is that this is at like additive value to a subscription that a bunch of us are already paying for.
Yeah.
Jeffrey, you mentioned before the break, like we thought this is going to be one of those things where they would just like hike the price. And I think a bunch of us would have been like, fine, here you go. But like comparatively, Nintendo Switch Online is cheaper than the competitors. And you're getting like, you know, Genesis, Super Nintendo, NES, N64, and now Game Boy, Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance, all in there. And they didn't jack the price up. And I'm pretty excited about that. And the lineup of the future, like the Zelda Oracle of Ages and Seasons games, Kirby Tilt and Tumble, stuff like that it's really cool to see. And like you said, like being able to play in the classic puke green or in black and white or with Game Boy colors, like I'm very into that. And Minish Cap.
Yeah. It's very
Minish Cap. Yeah, I Minish Cap, it feels like such an enigma to me because it was just on the Game Boy Advance, and it was such great memories of just sneaking around the rafters of a restaurant as a tiny little Link, and now we can play it. Like it's such a joy and a rare moment when you're able to we are just getting all these games included in our, you know, if you're already paying for the membership, like it's just like oh, I don't have to pay or do anything. Like this is truly a surprise treat, and it's like days like today that I'm just like, wow, I love video games.
There's some
Love video games.
I was going to add real quick, there's some nice little bonuses here too, like you can play some of these games online. The port of Super Mario All-Stars 3, or whatever it's called.
Super Mario
Brothers
Advance 4,
3,
Super Mario Brothers 3?
Yes, that one.
Rolls off the tongue.
Originally worked with this thing called the Nintendo e-reader, which was like this credit card reader that you plugged into your GBA, and you bought card packs that had levels on them, and you swiped them in there. And they just quietly said that all of those levels are going to be included in this. And that's like a bunch of basically Super Mario 3 DLC. It's just going to be on Nintendo Switch Online.
Yeah. Reb, are you stoked? Are you into this? This Game Boy?
This is where I like eat a little bit of crow here, because I have been on NVC so many times and like shamed the people who were in Nintendo Switch Online because I just was like, nobody plays these games. Nobody does. And I think the Game Boy stuff is cool. I never expected them to put Game Boy Advance stuff on there. I figured they would draw the line like very cleanly there, and Game Boy Advance was too modern to be on here. Game Boy Advance was my childhood. Like that was the system. I mean, I had a Game Boy Color too. I didn't play as much on that. Game Boy Advance though, that was my thing. And so seeing all these things that I played as a kid, or games that I did not play as a kid but knew about and wanted to play, I'm kind of losing my mind a little bit, and especially the fact that Golden Sun is on here. What is that doing here? How did this happen?
Finally,
and the promise of more to come, right? Like, I mean, I know Nintendo is kind of weird about what they decide to release on these things,
Extremely
when, how,
weird,
and why. So I'm sure. I mean, the fact that we still don't have Donkey Kong 64 or Super Mario RPG is kind of silly. But I am hopeful that I will see more things that I'm really excited for on these things in the future, and I'm probably gonna open up Nintendo Switch Online, whatever that app is, for like the first time in a couple years.
You didn't play GoldenEye, Reb?
That was my
no, definitely not.
What do you call it? My Nintendo Online wrap. Like the first two games were like the Super Nintendo and the Nintendo services on that. But real quick, I'm gonna go through the name of the Game Boy games, and then we're gonna get to the Game Boy bit. So we've got Tetris. Who likes Tetris? Who doesn't like
Tetris?
Exactly. I love how they described it like we didn't know what it was.
It was amazing. They're like, you line up blocks and make them disappear with magic.
They go away.
It's Tetris.
And they come back.
Get a higher score.
It's a nightmare.
When it gets to the top, you lose. Super Mario Land, 6 golden coins. Very good one. The Legend of Zelda: Link's Awakening DX. Now, Brian, I believe this is your favorite game of like all time.
Never played it. No, I was gonna finally check it out. No, it's a fantastic game.
Yeah, Gargoyle's Quest, a little bit of a deep cut there. I didn't expect to see Gargoyle's Quest. Game & Watch Gallery 3. Yep.
Number three.
Number 3. Yep. Which is, of course, the Game & Watch titles recreated with modern hardware, as only modern hardware emulation could provide of those LCD games. Alone in the Dark, The New Nightmare, which, okay, I guess. Why not?
Sure.
Metroid 2, Return of Samus. Very good game. Wario Land 3. Kirby's Dream Land.
So stoked for that.
Yes. And of course, the promise of more games added to in the future. And I was pretty excited because I thought, oh man, that's just so satisfying. And then they hit us with the 1-2 punch. Mm-hmm. And they said, oh, by the way, as Reb was talking about earlier, Game Boy Advance games also being added. The first wave, Super Mario Advance 4, Super Mario Brothers 3. That's just one game. WarioWare Inc. Mega Micro Games. Kuru. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I don't speak
Where's
Japanese.
Per Schneider for that
Where's
one?
Per? Yeah, he'd be like, oh, that's such a great game. Oh, I used to play that when I... Anyway.
The rotating, yeah.
Yeah, the rotating stick game.
Kuru.
Kuru.
Just play WarioWare. WarioWare is better. It's a classic.
Yeah. Mario Kart Super Circuit, a wonderful Mario Kart game. Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga. The Legend of Zelda, The Minish Cap. And of course, the promise of more games in the future. And these are also all available like right now if you have the Nintendo Online Expansion Pass, which before now was only really good so you could play like Ocarina of Time and Pilot Wings. Or maybe that's just me who's playing Pilot Wings all the time. Yeah, it's just me. So, Jeffrey, what Game Boy Advance games are you excited about today? What are you looking forward to? What are you hopeful?
I am so glad you asked, Seth. I just want to tell everybody right now that every day when I clock into work at IGN, I listen to ambient music when I work, and the ambient music of choice is always the original soundtrack to Sonic Advance. All right, chat, I need you to blow up Sonic Advance, Sonic Advance 2 and 3. Honest to God, don't leave the live stream right now, but Google Angel Hill Zone later.
Stick with us.
You'll thank me. Yeah, you'll thank me. Sonic Advance, first of all, I've been very vocal about this on Twitter and everything. Nintendo Switch is my favorite console of all time. And so the Game Boy Advance was my first ever handheld, so it feels like a natural kind of like, it's like a return to form for me personally. I know a lot of people obviously have different first consoles and handhelds. But Sonic Advance like made me love video games. It got me into the Sonic franchise. You know, it came out right when the GameCube came out, which is crazy to think. And the fact that like the Nintendo Switch Expansion Pass has the Sega Genesis app, I'm very hopeful for Sonic Advance. I mean, we have Golden Sun, we have all these other like kind of like random games. Like if I can play Sonic Advance legally, which is how I play every single game.
Of course, odds.
I do. There's no other way to do it. But I will
without
play
going
Sonic
to
Advance.
jail.
Yeah, of course I'm not. Yeah,
video game jail.
Oh boy. If I can play Sonic Advance on my Switch, I mean, like, there's so many great Sonic games on Switch. You have Sonic Mania. You have all these great, and like, it's just thank you, Red, for showing Sonic Advance footage on the stream. I can hear this video. I can hear it, and I will lose my mind. I love Sonic is one of my favorite franchises ever. I know that's not controversial at all, and I will ask Nintendo to charge me more for the expansion pass if they bring Sonic.
Oh yeah, that's a bold move.
Why do you keep cursing us? Why is your goal today to lay a curse at our feet?
I'm famously rich, you know. I'm the Monopoly man here, and I'm fine to pay more. But thank you. God, I'm so excited. Yes, Sonic Advance to the Game Boy Advance. But in the meantime, I will be playing Minish Cap 100%.
Excellent. Reb, what's on your docket first in the Game Boy Advance? Since Golden Sun, we don't know.
It won't be there yet. Super stoked about Superstar Saga. That's a game I played part of but have not finished, and I would love to actually give that a shot. Super excited about Wario Land 3, specifically because I'm a huge Wario Land 4 stan, and I never got to play Wario Land 3. And it is more Wario Land, which is all I want in the world. So I'm probably going to pick up and play Wario Land 3 first and hope that they bring Wario Land 4 in the future. And also Super Circuit. That was my very first Mario Kart game that I ever played, and I'm very, very familiar with it, and I've probably gotten horribly rusty at it in the intervening years.
You'll be fine. It's like riding a bicycle that has banana peels that shoot out the back of it. But one of the cool things that they also mentioned was that you can play online with like up to 4 people, depending on the game. But you can also play locally, just with your friends, which I think is awesome because I didn't know anybody with a link cable, and if they did have a link cable, it was covered in like dog fur, and it was in peanut butter. It was really gross, kid stuff like that. Brian, are you going to be playing with up to 4 of your friends, or excuse me, up to 3 of your friends? You excited about playing these games?
No, I don't want to play with these games with anybody. I want to play these games alone, hunched over my Switch, like I did with my Game Boy and Game Boy Advance during my darkest childhood years. I think it's gonna be great. It's super exciting and fun stuff, you guys. No, WarioWare is one of my favorite games ever made. I hope all of you try it. It's super, super good. It's probably the best WarioWare game, and they got it right out the gate.
Okay.
The new levels are the levels I never got to play. The e-reader levels in Mario 3 are awesome. Minish Cap, like Jeffrey said, but also like this opens the doors for Metroid Zero Mission and Metroid Fusion, which are phenomenal games, and I think they'll head their way soon. We got a bunch of Game Boy and Game Boy Color games on the 3DS, like kind of quietly, and only a handful of GBA games, and they were only if you bought the 3DS early, right, and before they dropped the price, and then they apologized to you and sent you like a little certificate picture you could look at, and then a handful of games you could play. And that was, I think, the last time I had Minish Cap in playable form legally on a Nintendo system. So yeah, bring that back. I'm very excited for that.
Can I make a confession right here and right now in front of all of you, my friends,
maybe.
Safe space.
We might judge you.
The first wave of these Game Boy Advance games, I have played none of them with the exception of Mario Kart Super Circuit. So I kind of missed out on it. So I'm sorry. But I'm really looking forward to playing them after the show.
Happy birthday
today. Thank you. Oh my God, what a birthday it is. It's really my birthday. So
honestly, Seth, like the Legend of Zelda Minish Cap is so good, almost equivalent to like just like you have access to like Tears of the Kingdom now.
Okay,
that's how good that game is. It's just a beautiful, great Zelda game. Oh my God, I'm so excited for you.
It's gonna be the first time for me to play through all that game, so I'm really excited. But we need to take a break. When we come back, Brian, Reb, Jeffrey, and I will be checking in with the audience. That's you, and we're gonna see how you felt about that Nintendo Direct. This is Nintendo Voice Chat, the world's most important and only Nintendo podcast.
Play an assortment of Game & Watch titles.
The IGN Game of the Year for 2022 is Elden Ring, but I want to go ahead and talk about the IGN Game of the Year for 2023, which is, of course, Tears of the Kingdom. Now, you might be saying to yourself, Seth, Tears of the Kingdom doesn't come out for another 5 months. Well, I don't have to listen to you because you're not my dad. Tears of the Kingdom earned its title as IGN's 2023 Game of the Year basically the moment its 2023 release date was finalized.
Mr. Miyamoto, are we going to get a new Mario game next year? Oh, he's nodding yes!
Mr. Miyamoto, are we gonna get more DLC for Captain Toad Treasure Tracker?
Ooh, good question.
That would be wonderful.
Oh,
he's disappearing. Don't miss out on the chaos. Every Thursday, we get together to talk about all things Nintendo. Tune in and be part of the NVC family.
I look at that and I thought, that's a man that loves Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah.
So you like IGN, huh? The news, the videos, the guides, and wikis, it's all in your wheelhouse. But do you ever wish there was more? Introducing IGN Plus, a brand new program that's loaded with tons of cool perks and benefits. Sign up for IGN Plus today and you'll unlock free games and in-game content every month, a free subscription to Map Genie Plus, huge discounts for stuff like Dream Gear, Power A, Humble Bundle, the IGN Store, and tons more. IGN Plus is just $29.99 a year for a limited time. You deserve a little extra.
IGN Playlist is all of your games in one place. You can build your library and discover new games. Create and follow playlists from friends. Access guides for what you're playing. And rate and rank the games you love to share with the world. Available free with your IGN account. It's for players, no matter where you play.
We are back. Okay, we've talked about Zelda, we've talked about Metroid, we've talked about Game Boy ports. We want to see what games you at home are most excited about. Jada, who is our mod supreme, who is the Kang, the conqueror of chat, was throwing up polls left and right, which is why we love Jada. Jada is amazing. So we're going to see what you, the audience, liked and didn't like so much. But first, we need to talk about the elephant in the room, or the giant man who's made of boxes in the room. $70 for Tears of the Kingdom. It's confirmed. Brian, you said you like literally just like had it confirmed.
We just got the press release from Nintendo. The standard version, which will be available at a suggested retail price of $69.99. The collector's edition will be $129.99. Includes a physical version of the game. So yeah, this is the first $70 first party Nintendo game that isn't a Game of the Year version, isn't an expanded version, isn't anything like that. This is just Tears of the Kingdom, the brand new entry in the flagship Zelda franchise, is $70 now. So this is Nintendo has now stepped into the $70 software territory, which is not unexpected because that's where everyone's going these days. But also it's a little surprising because they're only doing it for now with one game, and they're doing it this late into the generation. So it feels a little odd.
It's a little bit strange, but in Europe they had a price increase on the Switch hardware that we didn't. So I think we dodged a bullet there. But yeah, it's a little bit of a bummer. Reb, does this diminish your excitement at all?
No, I called this months ago. This does not shock me at all. If anything, like I feel look, I get it. To be clear, I don't want to like shame people for being upset about this. Video games are very expensive. Generally, even more money being asked for them is very frustrating. I'm with you completely. I just like this is like such an obvious business move for them because, as Brian said earlier in the show, Breath of the Wild sold just like stupid amounts of copies, just piles and piles of them flowing off the shelves. To this day, it's still like in the top 20 in the NPD or something pretty much every single month. Yeah. They literally can't not sell it if they try. Obviously they were going to charge more for this. If they were going to charge more for anything, it was going to be this. And this is like the perfect gateway for Nintendo to make a business move into this space and then justify it for future games, because this is a game everyone's going to buy no matter what. So yeah, it sucks. What are you going to do?
Nothing.
You're going to buy Tears of the Kingdom is what you're going to do.
Buy it twice, probably.
Yeah,
well,
I'm sorry everything's expensive. I wish it wasn't.
I'm sure that chat is like blowing up right now, but we're going to take it back a little bit and we're going to look at some of these polls that Jada put up. I'm going to ask you all to give in your input, just to make a guess, an educated guess. So the question is, beside Tears of the Kingdom, what is your favorite overall from today's show? The selections are Pikmin 4, Metroid Prime Remastered, Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe, or the Game Boy plus Game Boy Advance Nintendo Switch Online expansion. So what do you think, Rev, what do you think people in the chat were most excited about?
It's probably Metroid, right? Like that's everyone loves Metroid.
I'm letting everybody have a
the
turn.
Little brain guys, that's what they like. They like this.
The brain guys.
That's what they like.
Excuse?
I think brain guys, brain girls, actually.
The little brain girls. Sorry.
Yeah. All right, that's a fair guess. Jeffrey, what do you think? Pikmin 4, Metroid Prime, Kirby, or Game Boy games?
I would say Game Boy games. I feel like everyone's, including myself, a sucker for online features. So, and it's kind of footed. I want to say free. It's not free, but it's like it feels free, and so I feel like that would be the biggest thing.
Okay, Brian, where are you at? Where are you thinking the voice of the people has landed?
It's got to be Metroid. I mean, I think we're like at peak excitement for Metroid Prime 4, which we didn't get today. We'll complain about that in a bit.
Kind of a blow.
But this one is just one of those, we can kind of let the air out a little bit. Like we have been waiting for this to get announced, and it's finally official, it's finally real, and it's out today. So that was one of those things where not only is it officially confirmed, but like the second I hit X in the corner of this window after the show, I'm gonna go download it.
Yep.
That's how excited we are.
It turns out that is what the chat is most excited for. Overwhelmingly, 48% of the respondents said they are most excited by the favorite from today's show. Whew, that was hard for me to say. Was Metroid Prime Remastered. Pikmin 4 and Kirby were at the rear, and Game Boy and Virtual Shop with 26% was second place. I don't know why I went in that order, but apparently the audience is excited for Pikmin 4. Dead Cells Castlevania DLC, which, yeah, okay. Brian, I know you're a Castlevania guy, like that sort of thing, but are you into this?
Oh yeah, I mean Dead Cells is awesome. Like I loved that game, and it was already like close enough to feeling like Castlevania in a lot of ways. So I think it just makes perfect sense to throw these worlds together. Like I'm never really like somebody that goes back and plays DLC for games like this years later, but Castlevania is enough to get me back in there. It looked really fun. There's a bunch of classic music they remastered.
That's
for it.
what that was the hook for me, was hearing that music. Yeah, it's not quite the DS collection that we all have been hoping for, but that's all right. That can come another time. The audience is also excited about Splatoon 3, Bayonetta Origins, and of course Octopath Traveler 2. Reb, you have to choose one of these: Pikmin 4, Dead Cells, Splatoon 3. I already know. I already know what it is. But,
what do you think it is?
It's Splatoon 3 expansion pack.
Okay, good. I was worried you were gonna say Pikmin, which I love. I think I want to play Pikmin 4. I've never actually played a Pikmin game before, and so I think I want Pikmin 4 to be my first one.
Wonderful.
If I have to pick only one, I'm getting the Splatoon 3 expansion pass. I was like mildly underwhelmed. I need to go read up on what all the details actually are, because from that trailer, it seems like the first part of the pass is just like a new hub, which has all the same stuff as the old hub, and there's no reason to pick one over the other except aesthetics. I hope I'm wrong. It seems like there might be more. I don't know. I mean, they've been adding like new weapons and outfits. There's probably going to be more anyway. But that second bit, the thing with like the weird like bleached coral reef and the creepy, like that looks sick. And I freaking love Splatoon, and I haven't dipped in a couple months, and I'm absolutely dying for an excuse to come back.
Okay, Jeffrey, if you had the choice between being the top scientist in your field or having mad cow disease, which would you choose? That's a reference. Now, what of these games would you want?
I mean, I haven't played Splatoon 3.
That's okay. This is fine.
But it was the same way that Splatoon, like when the Octo expansion came out for Splatoon 2, that was like that's what made me like jump in. I was like, oh, I really want to play this, and I was playing the main story, and I was like, oh, this is really great. And seeing the teases of I also didn't play Splatoon 1 because of, I didn't have a Wii U. And so like being able to like see, the kind of older hub worlds, and then also the side order thing, I feel like is I'm like, I kind of love that. I remember the original reveal for Splatoon 3 was just like the wasteland of like the Eiffel Tower on destroyed, and it's just like, okay, side order looks like I'm in a multiverse of some kind, which is all the rage these days, but it looks really great, and I'm gonna get Splatoon 3 now. So they hooked me, and pun intended on that.
Very fun. Yes, it's a fish-based pun, and it's a whole heck of a lot of fun. I personally would have said Octopath Traveler 2 had not Pikmin 4 started the show. I'm really looking forward to Octopath, but Pikmin 4 it's just so adorable. It's so fun. But all right, we asked our audience to rate this direct A, B, C, or S, which of course is the highest rank, S tier. So what do you think the overwhelming majority of people in our chat gave this direct? Reb, turning to you.
That's tough. I think for me it was personally an S. I feel like maybe it was tailored very closely to me though. So
it was the Reb direct.
Slightly. I think people probably gave it an A. It was a good direct.
Okay, Jeffrey, where are you at? Where are you thinking?
I also
you're a man of the people.
Yes, I do read a lot of comments, and you guys are great. No notes. No, really, we do have a lot of great, wonderful people. I'm on the social team, so I see comments mostly on other websites, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok. Follow us, of course, on IGN. And you guys are great. I think that for me personally, I was maybe expecting more Zelda stuff, like even just with Tears of the Kingdom, than maybe not just the trailer. Because we all remember the original 2017 trailer for Breath of the Wild. I mean, we watched that once a week just to feel something, right?
Yeah.
But I would say that's probably a grade A for me, just because like we got so many other great things that I wasn't expecting, and it's always nice to be surprised.
Okay, Brian, what about you? What do you think the chat graded this Nintendo Direct?
I feel like the chat gave it an A, and I would agree on what I think they gave it. Yeah, for me, it was probably an A. I think it's like it was a lot of nostalgia and a lot of classic games did a lot of heavy lifting, and I would have loved like some Metroid Prime 4, and even like, and I know this is an old game, but Wind Waker, we were talking about that.
Yeah.
You know, Metroid Prime 4 was the big one. It's still like, where are you? And we still don't. Yeah, there we go. And we don't. You know, they said like mostly this year, and so I don't feel like we got a lot of reveals of stuff that's coming next year, which was odd. That was part of the wording. But everything that was there, like there are so many awesome classic games and so many of them are available today. So it's hard to be mad at that. So yeah, A from me, and I think A from the audience.
Well, I want to say that you are all very plugged in to the IGN audience because, yeah, with 34% of the vote, A was the score that chat gave this Nintendo Direct. However, 27% said this was an S tier Nintendo Direct. You're a winner. A winner is you.
That's the trophy from that bad truck game, Big Rigs. I shouldn't know that.
There's no such thing as a bad trucking game. So, yeah, 23% gave it a B and 17% gave it a C, which of course we all know is an average score. So they thought that was an average Direct, and I'm sorry. Yeah, you're entitled to your opinion, but like maybe, I don't know, feel the sunshine on your face and just try to enjoy life a little more. But we didn't really, I mean, I'm just gonna say right now, I don't think we saw very much new about, like, we still don't know anything about Legend of the Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, really. We saw some more things, but we don't know anything about it.
I promise you, just watch YouTube for the next like several days. Keep an eye on it.
Well,
and I promise you, a bunch of lore people are going to dissect this trailer 27 different ways, and they're going to come up with all these like really cool theories, and it's going to be awesome.
Well, yeah,
we still won't know anything about Tears of the Kingdom.
That's the thing. I mean, it was wonderful. I love it. I love everything that I saw. But at the end of the day, I don't know anything more than I did really the last time they gave us a trailer that we all. Yes, I do want to. I want to know everything. Like, show me an hour of the game. It's going to be a 100-hour game.
I don't want to see an hour of the game.
I do. Show me.
What?
Nintendo?
You go look at that by yourself. I don't want to see that.
It's too bad. You're not coming with me.
I don't think anyone has bought my goodwill so thoroughly as Nintendo has with Breath of the Wild. It is my favorite game of all time. It's probably a good thing I'm not doing the review because I just love it too much.
Okay.
I do not want. I trust them like implicitly to make this a good game. And if it turns out it sucks, then it turns out it sucks. But I feel like it probably won't.
Okay.
So I don't want to know anything. I just want to fall into it.
Fair enough. Jeffrey, final thoughts before we wrap up.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I feel like I blacked out this whole time because I keep thinking about downloading the Game Boy Advance app, which I'm seeing on the internet that is now on the eShop as of right now since we are live. And I'm gonna be playing Minish Cap. I'm clocking out early. I don't know if any of you guys can approve that time off, but
yeah, no, everybody go do that.
Okay,
I can't
great.
approve any of that for any of you, and if let's just do it anyway.
All right, I'm in.
You can't arrest 4 people.
In video game jail.
Yep. Don't want to go to video game jail. Brian, final thoughts on the Nintendo Direct.
This Direct was so jam-packed that I just remembered that Birdo is coming to Mario Kart 8.
In different colors. In different multicolors.
That's how much stuff that was in there. I'm ecstatic as like an old person who is really happy to play a bunch of classic games in one place. Yeah. The Switch has been this really great system for that. So many great games keep coming to it, and having all that in one spot is fantastic. I'm going to go play Metroid Prime today. I can't believe I'm saying that.
I'm right there with you. I feel overall like this was a little bit like Nintendo swerved on us, but in the best possible way. I did not expect. I mean, yeah, most of all of the best surprises I absolutely did not expect. I think that added to my overall enjoyment of the Nintendo Direct. I would probably give it like an A+, not quite S tier. If Metroid Prime had been in there, or excuse me, Metroid Prime 4, yeah, forget about it. But A+ performance by Nintendo. But I'm sorry to say, we've run out of time today on Nintendo Voice Chat. I know I'm having the most fun, but I guess I get to go download 7,000 new games to my Switch. But yeah, this is Nintendo Voice Chat, or has been Nintendo Voice Chat, the world's most important the world's most important podcast. Thank you all for joining us, Super Nintendos. You can listen to us every week on IGN.com or YouTube, IGN's Games. On Thursdays, that's when we put out a new show. It's a lot of fun. We love you all very much. Thanks for hanging out. This has been an awesome time. Reb, Jeff, Brian, this is awesome. Let's go play some video games.
Woo, let's do it.
The only thing better than listening to IGN podcasts is watching them. Luckily, all your favorite weekly shows are here on IGN. Whether you're chasing the latest Xbox releases with Unlocked, looking for your PlayStation fix with Beyond, tracking everything coming to Switch with Nintendo Voice Chat, or catching up on this week's gaming news with GameScoop, we've got you covered.
Check it out.
Tune in every weekday for the best gaming coverage right here on IGN.
IGN Playlist is all of your games in one place. You can build your library and discover new games. Create and follow playlists from friends. Access guides for what you're playing. And rate and rank the games you love to share with the world. Available free with your IGN account. It's for players, no matter where you play.
The holidays are behind us and summer seems so far away, but don't worry because IGN has just the thing to make February a little more fun. FanFest. IGN's massive celebration of video games, entertainment, and you, the fans. Here we go. 2 whole days jam-packed with tons of brand new trailers, exclusive first looks, and tons more. We're getting up close and personal with the biggest names, like the stars of HBO's The Last of Us, John Wick Chapter 4, Shazam, Fury of the Gods, and Dungeons & Dragons Honor Among Thieves. I'll go last. Plus, we'll be seeing the biggest games as well, with exclusive looks at Redfall, Diablo 4, and Star Wars Jedi Survivor, just to name a few. And just to sweeten the deal, we'll be giving away some games too. IGN FanFest is the biggest event of the year so far, and it's the best way to get an inside look at your most anticipated games, movies, and shows, so mark your calendars, you won't want to miss a second.